Folks, as you come back in, just want to remind everyone we have a QR code for the survey. And also we have put up the scoping report link over there, so you could download the scoping report.
Hi guys,
Can-
we're gonna restart.
Can we settle down? Can we settle down, please? And someone close the door in the back? Yeah.
We'll just turn it back on for
Okay. So we are about 15 minutes behind schedule, but we have plans to recover, not a problem. I think the first thing we're going to do is we're going to start off with sharing with Prof Gim Pew. I think most of you in the audience would know Prof Quek. He has led the defense sciences program before in MINDEF. And subsequently, he's really helping us lead a lot of things across the research ecosystem, including the NRF Create Scientific Advisory Board. He chairs our efforts with NSCC as well as plays a really guiding role in terms of our efforts in AI-SG as well. So I think we are very happy to have him share his views on how we should go about in scoping AI for science. So, Prof. Quek, please.
Thanks, Subodh. First, maybe I should have make full disclaimer first. First, I'm not an AI scientist. I'm an engineer that spent my career, whole career in the Ministry of Defense, planning, managing, and building capabilities for SAS and MINDEF. So that's my background. Second is, disclaimer is that I'm not from NRF. I'm not speaking on behalf of NRF. My views will not be consistent with NRF. It's just my personal view, my personal sharing. And very much from a perspective of a Singaporean who is keen on what this all means for Singapore. Right? So that is my perspective. I was listening to the discussion and mainly from the questions that was asked. And many of them that were asked are questions that I asked myself when I looked at this program. The question the gentleman asked, Singapore is a small country. How do we make a difference? How do we focus? Right? And then you saw the list of, both Kedar as well as Prof Zhang has done tremendous job trying to compile what's going on in Singapore and the world. So and you see there's no shortage of things to work on. There's so much to work on. So one big question that I thought we ought to address is how do we focus? How do we decide what we want to do? What is the basis of selection? I think that is the most difficult. If you are going to choose something that everybody has a piece in, then I think you are going to be gone. I would also like to add that, as a Singaporean looking at what we do in Singapore with a practical, you may say, cynical eye, I'm not being diplomatic, I'm not being politically correct. But if you look at some of the things that we see about, we want to be, we've got ambitions to be a world leader, to be this and that. We need to bring back to reality. As a small country, what matters to us and what we should focus on? I remember that when the NAIS 2.0 was rolled out, and there was a bit of a reality check. Some of you may be aware that the strategy, the AI strategy was reviewed by NRF SAB. And one of the comments that came out from the SAB was, in spite of all the investment, Singapore has not developed any scientific peak of excellence in AI. That is a reality check, right? And we know that AI today is so pervasive, You see the countries. We have a lot more resources, manpower, machines, and whatnot, and talent. So where do we actually stand? Or what should we actually do? How do we focus? Do we do whatever everyone is doing and do it better? What if we don't do that? I mean, in the Ministry of Defense, where I spent my career, we always ask the question, build versus fight. Why do you need to build? Why can't I just acquire and adapt? Do I need to be the guy who build it, or should I be the guy who is a very fast application follower? You do all the hard work, I monetize it, I use it. Or are there reasons that you must build? So the same sort of thought I thought would be useful when we go to the next phase. Because this whole process workshop is basically, as someone said, it's a discovery process, then making. We should try to determine what is it that we should do if you want to do a grand challenge. I mean, there's a lot of money in AI, right? You just heard government putting another $1 billion into AI. So there's no shortfall of money. I mean, researchers can put a tier proposal, tier 2, tier 3, can put CRP. There are tons of funding pots you can go and get money. If NRF wants to put a challenge on AI or science, what do you call it? What should that be that is different from the rest that you can't do? So I think it's something that perhaps it is useful if participants can try to sort of put aside your position, but you can take some national perspective as to what is it that we could do, that we should do, that we should not let someone else do it, but we must do it ourselves. So I try to figure out what you mean by important, right? Impact importance. So I can see two aspects of importance. There was a question about whether do we do TRL 1, 2, 3, or 4, 5, 6, or what's engineering, what is science, and whatnot. So putting that all aside, I thought we should identify, maybe we could look at from two perspectives. One perspective is what are there national problems that the country struggle with, for which there's no good answers out there, but for which AI can make a big difference? What are these? Can we identify those? Top national priorities for which there are no good answers today, that we can't depend on someone else to solve it for us. So I can give you one example, but I'm a bit unbiased because I'm involved in the quantum program. So we know that quantum technology is going to be very much export control. We're talking about sovereign cap. The day you have a practical quantum computer, you can be sure it's going to be controlled. You can access it to the cloud and only through limited use. Same as many other quantum applications. So under the quantum program, there is a declared effort to say we must be able to build our own quantum computer in times to come. But this is a tremendous task. With our limited resources, with our limited capabilities. So how do we actually go about doing it now? Singapore is always limited by demographics, warm bodies, right? But maybe with machines, with hot machines, and with bright ideas, bright algorithms, maybe we can go around. So will quantum or will AI be able to help us be able to develop, design, build, develop quantum computer that we can have full control, assured access to? Now, this is something that you can't depend on others for. There could be another problem. Let's say I'm not sure, are there any weather folks here? I mean, in the tropical weather, our aviation authorities, our weather authorities are struggling with tropical weather uncertainty. So CCRS, for example, is very keen to be able to predict the wind directions at the aerodrome, at the airport. Because the direction of the wind will determine should you land this direction or should you land that direction. And it seems that the UK makes some assessment that if they can improve the prediction, they can save one runway. And Singapore is congested. So can we determine the direction of the ramp or the direction of the wind with accuracy up to so many hours a day? Is it possible? Or today, MSS can only provide surveys that there's going to be a tropical storm at this point in time. plus minus 3 hours. Now, plus minus 3 hours is basically useless for planning. Can you reduce it to plus minus 1 hour? Can you improve it to X hours ahead? You can cover a larger region. Now, if you can solve this, CCRS is going to improve its operation tremendously. And nobody is going to solve tropical storm for us. So this is an example. They may not be an example, but if you can identify critical problem that is of high national priority, for which AI can make a difference, then it can help focus everyone's attention to drive towards that. Then the other extreme is, someone raised a question about AI is all about productivity, about able to analyze data faster. Is there more than that, the AI? So, I mean, we all say that other than if I may quote Kitano, I mean, I watched his video, and there was one point towards the end where he says that in science, there's always this thing about asking the right question. And he felt that in AI, there's no need to ask the right question. It's not so important because the machine will find the question. Now, I don't think I fully agree with that. Can machine help us to ask the right question? Can you see data and say that this data is not consistent with today's understanding of physics, today's understanding of the natural world? And seeing that discrepancy, the machine then helps to suggest how to solve it. I mean, a lot of scientific discovery comes because of discrepancy, right? So I'm not sure whether or not today AI is able to ask the right questions. This is important. We also know that AI is very good at looking at patterns. You can see patterns and see structures. Now, if you look at Shor's algorithms again in quantum, yeah, we're trying to factorize large numbers by observing that there is a periodicity, there's a structure in factorization. And from there, somehow able to connect with the quantum's computing opportunities and derive Shor's algorithm. Now, is this the big problems that you can unlock that will completely change the way you do science? So again, this is a problem at the other extreme, right? I mean, can the machine watch and see the million apples drop and derive the law of gravitation? How do you extract out your understanding? How do you extract Gaussian equations from data? I mean, these are questions that perhaps we should also consider. Let me try to, in your deliberation, if you can, I suggest that trying to determine what question to ask, what level of brain challenge is the biggest problem that we should be addressing throughout this 1 year of trying to sense me. So one suggestion I ask is that take a look at this two extremes. One is big national problems, for which the nation is very good to solve. One is fundamental problems in the science that once unlocked will allow you to accelerate science, accelerate discovery, accelerate whatever things that we're trying to do. So I thought I stop here, and then I thought this would be useful. As I say, these are not NRF view. These are very much my personal view. It will be contrary to what NRF wants to do as well. So I stop here, and then if there's any question, I'd be happy to discuss.
Do you have any questions?
Michael.
Thank you, Gim Pew. I'm enjoying this session already, and this discussion is becoming quite more philosophical than I had expected. And we're hearing a lot about the framework or meta framework, how to think bigger or step back and then look at the bigger picture. And when you mentioned that, would a machine be able to come up with a good question or right question? Maybe we can think about what is the source of curiosity. How do you make a machine curious? how do you make a person curious? Is it ever possible? Is there such framework? Without having answer or getting closer to the answer, it may be quite difficult.
I fully agree with you. And this, I thought these are sort of questions that perhaps we may want to get ourselves involved in to see whether at the end, are we able to identify these big, difficult problems that perhaps we should try to handle. Of course, the question is whether we have the resources capability to do that. That's only just as important. If we have no capability in the area, is it important enough for us to start building that capability? If it's so important, right? Yes. Sir.
I think we talk about AI and stuff, yeah. And so Marvin Minsky, long time back, okay, wrote this book, Society of Mind and Emotion Machine. And so to answer your question, why do we do stuff? Okay, we do stuff because we have a goal, right? So, and goals are not given within the system. Goals are given by the imprimer. It's given by our body setup. It's given by maybe parents, maybe your religion or whatever. Of course, a city, a state also has goals, but they are sometimes conflicting. Okay, so we will always have to. I mean, just like us, we have conflicting goals. Okay, sometimes I've just been to the chocolates buns out there, right? And at the same time, I need to be nice and handsome for my wife, right? So that there is clearly a conflicting goal. And this conflicting goal will also appear in AI and science, because there's always, or you were talking about specific Singapore problems. Some of these problems can be solved, for example, in public health. We're just discussing this. So you could start monitoring every person to a very detailed extent. But then, okay, at some point you would then say, why do we really want that? Is this something we can do? Sometimes we have technical solutions for things and we don't choose to do them because there are other aspects that are important. Maybe human aspects or society aspects. Or so it is important that if one wants to develop the bigger picture, that we represent these concepts somehow in the space of AI. In my view, this is a very important step. This is not, this is much bigger than AI and science, and I think maybe not to be discussed here, fine. But what happens is, as a general rule, is goal to sub-goal breakup, development. And this is also a step that can be automated or is automated. So for example, we have a lab here up in Create in the research wing and another lab in Cambridge. And this has two robots and they need to act. So they need to have a goal, for example, find for a specific synthesis rule, a set of process conditions, for example, concentration of reactants and concentration of catalysts that allows us to produce one and the same product with a higher yield and a lower cost, right? And this could be formulated as already a sub-goal. And of course, it is easy to see where this goal is coming from because I want to make my company more profitable and so on. And then, of course, if you formulate it like this, the next question is, what should we do? Okay, which then is a general question of experimental design. And then again, machine learning comes in it. You have to then somehow represent the space of all possible action. And this is an iterative process. As you learn, you get more information, and you can use machine learning for it. So back to the original question, I think we should talk about goal and sub-goal breakup. I think this is a very important, this is a bit more abstract, but this is a very important aspect, and I think machine learning can help with that.
I'd like to quickly respond to your response, Marcus. Thank you. But I would like to disagree. Goal-driven, I always thought curiosity is almost opposite. You can set a goal to your PhD students. Okay, publish papers, graduate. That's your goal. However, they often go off and just follow rabbit hole, just follow their curiosity. So I always felt like it's opposite to goal-driven. Then what is it?
Yes.
Hi, can we kindly ask members who have questions to stand up when we want to speak? Yeah, so that the camera can get you. Very much. Thank you, and I really enjoyed all the talk. I just wanted to make a point. I'll move away from theoretical. I'll just talk about the practical. I mean, you talked a lot about solving real problems and important issues. I think that's critical as we think about exemplar projects. And I guess this is my question for NRF, my colleagues out here, and see how we can all do this together. I think the challenge that researchers face is to be able to have access and hear some of those problems. What are the problems agencies actually face? What are problems certain ministries face? It's not easy. I mean, I've been working on the ground, so with MOH and all that. People like Ting could do some of these things that he's doing, and he doesn't share later. It's because he's on the ground and he knows some of these things. He's directly facing the patient, so he can do those, answer those questions. But I don't think it's that simple for other AI scientists or engineers on the ground. And I think if we can think about a platform where we allow for that conversation to happen, that would be good.
I mean, yes, I agree that this is something that NRF should spend a bit more time to grapple with. I mean, if I may, the question on what are national priorities should not be left to the researcher to brainstorm. I mean, it's something that the leadership in NRF, in the agency, should be able to think through, identify, and set forth. Without a very clear directions moving forward, then we will leave it to bottom up, and then you will bottom forward, and for which we will end up with what the SAB say, there are no fix of excellence, because with so much people doing so much things, what can we expect? Okay. But the other extreme on what are the tools that are missing, what are the things that today AI can't quite do, but if you can unlock that, if you can improve AI itself, then you may unlock a lot of the subtle price. So this is something that I believe the researchers should be in a position to do. But to do that, you need to be, I would say, open up and don't be restricted to your current area of your domain. You are not pushing your own agenda. You are pushing the agenda of AI as a science. What is it that AI needs to do better in order to do scientific discovery, to do what the human can do as much as possible? So I think this is something that perhaps the research community can contribute in a lot. But the other problem, I agree, NRF should be leadership should unlock that thing, so that help us to also drive. But both are just as important. If because I'm sure in the course of solving that problem, you will identify a lot of research problems to unlock as well. So I think they are synergistic. So I hope in the course of the deliberation, in the course of subsequent, you may want to spend some time to think what are some of the tools that perhaps somehow is not quite there, but I wish if it were there, it would truly accelerate and transform the way we do research, especially for small countries like us, for which we don't have enough warm bodies. There's just not enough warm bodies. So you need hot machines, you need right. So where does that come from? How allow that? Yes.
Thank you. My name is Sule. I'm from ASA S2R. I want to reflect actually just now during the tea break, I was having some discussion with Professor Limsoon. We were reflecting actually, for engineering design, we have principles. And we also are able to guarantee, for example, 5.9 or even 6.9 of reliability and repeatability. And then if you look at today's AI models, we have a lot of new excitements, but at the same time, maybe the performance is still below 50% in terms of the repeatability, the reliability. So coming back to the AI for discovery, should we also look at, some similar framework to the engineering approach that we have the design principle, performance specification, and also the repeatability and the testability. So that ultimately, after we develop we achieve the discovery, we are able to actually extract out the knowledge and also extract out the theoretical part. And then we do not have to go back to data once and again, that is going to be maybe another part of the value, and also the part we will need to piece together with just one thought. And then with that, I think we would like to hear from you. How are we going to move this forward in terms of the framework and also the governance and standardization part? Thank you.
I'm not sure whether are we at the stage where this limits our ability to sort of apply AI well. I'm not sure whether the issue of standardization framework blocking us as of now. So that may not be the most important. But some of the questions I believe is probably best left to the researcher to respond, because how to unlock this and that. I mean, this thing about, even Prof Tan mentioned a lot about data, and I remember there was a question there about where the physics comes in. So perhaps one should also address that in Singapore, perhaps we will never be able to compete in terms of data. How well we manage that, how quality, because someone with it's a matter of time before someone can act together, organize database, high quality. So that is not necessarily our competitive edge. So perhaps is it worth for us to think that perhaps we should focus a lot more on supplementing data with with laws, with physics, with ingest knowledge and whatnot. So I'm not sure. But whether is there something for us that we should do a bit more in terms of small data as opposed to big data that everybody, because this is going to be our fundamental limitation. We just don't have enough data. So again, this is back to the issue of tools. How much should we work on tools to address issues that we face as a country? Yes, Eric.
So sorry, can I just jump in very quickly? Because Michelle asked a question post to NRF, so I feel a bit compelled to actually address that. Okay, I guess when it comes to scoping use cases for AI research, right, I think that has been a long-standing problem, both at the researchers end, yourselves, as well as policymakers end. So I think over the years, there is seemingly a vacuum between the demand pool generated by our government agencies and stat boards, as well as industry partners, the companies, versus the tech supply side, which is researchers amongst the public sector research performers, the CCRS as well as IHL as well. We recognize that, and I think for the longest time we've been depending on the respective industry development teams in either our IHLs, or the CCRS to actually push to uncover use cases, where we can meaningfully develop relevant AI research capabilities across our public sector research performance. We also rely on a tech transfer office. We also, rely on sporadic efforts here and there, but maybe in the longer term that cannot work anymore, or we are really scraping the bottom of the barrel, right? When my colleagues and I, colleagues meaning the National AI Office, National AI Group, today they are called MCI, we go around the government agencies asking for use cases. Hey, do you have anything, any problem statements that you want to solve with partnering our, research performance in the IHLs or ASRIs? most of them are actually looking for quick fixes. Some prefer to just buy solutions off the shelf, afforded by the private sector, or that they just don't know what AI can actually offer. So we have actually tried different ways like creating catalogs, of what our ASA-RIs could potentially offer, our IHLs could offer, but maybe the effort has not been comprehensive enough, and therefore we need to double down on that. Or if you guys actually in the audience have any other better suggestions, we're very happy to hear. If it is a matter of creating more workshops, for the community, bringing different stakeholders together, we're quite prepared to actually invest time and resources to do that. If it is through us, helping to connect with international professionals or engaging different stakeholders, we are happy to do that as well. Yeah, so we are actually quite open to receive suggestions. If you guys have a model in mind that you think could work or has potentially already worked for you and you think could be propagated across the ecosystem, we're actually quite happy to hear views like that. Yeah. So bear with us. I think this year, starting from last year, 2023, the middle of RA 2025 launch, we have also embarked on an extensive midterm review of all the funding efforts, including AI research, right, in RA 2025 launch. And these have actually come up as problems and issues for us to address. So together with my colleagues at MCI, as well as the respective stakeholders like IMDA, AISG, CSA, ASA, we are collectively putting our minds together to help to resolve some of these issues now. We do recognize that the I and E elements in the SME domain is not as strong as we hope for it to be. So this, I think, relates to that whole issue of demand pool not meeting the tech push side of the house. Yeah. So slowly but surely, but do give me a thinker, if you have any better ideas on how we can do things. Thanks.
Right. Eric, is someone?
Yeah, we're mindful of time, but we have a question here. Do we have a question back there as well?
Yes, thank you for a very nice talk and interaction. I just want to advocate to have within this initiative more freedom, if it's possible, because if we constrain too much, we might miss important features. For instance, I take the anecdote recently in November, there was a team of Google DeepMind, which has made a disruptive advances in weather research, which was totally taken by surprise, all the well-established numerical weather centers in the world. So I think it should teach us that this is the kind of things, okay, we should take into account. Giving some more freedom is not bad. Otherwise, we will never find the keys in the dark if we just look where there is light. And the second thing is having a balanced approach between model and data. This morning, Prof Tan has, I think, very nicely stressed the point that I quote, how to make our own data unique and valuable. So there is a need to push not only on the models, but also on the data. And if we have the opportunity to create data that are very unique for Singapore and the region, I think we should not miss this occasion, because it's really where the future value is lying. And the last comment is about, I think when we look at biomedical engineering and so on, I think the things are not so much changing. We have just to find new molecules that are not yet identified. It might, and there is a lot of data, 200 million, etc., etc. It's not always the case, as mentioned just in Pew. We might have scarce data. And when we have scarce data, it's another problem. And if I look, for instance, for climate change, today we have, the global Earth machine is not so well understood and less well understood, because a lot of phenomena are occurring, extreme events which cannot be predicted and so on. So even if we look at historical data and so on, we of course we will find patterns in the past, but this pattern will not explain what is currently not going well. So in that case, the data will be scarce, and we will have to deal with that. So this is another challenge, which is not easy, by the way, but I wanted to to advocate for balanced approach on both model and data, and having an hybrid approach, not opposing model-based versus data-driven, but it's really the truth is most certainly in the middle. That's all.
Anyone question for Steve?
Last question.
So, maybe to actually more like to address one of Marvin's point about the agencies, coming from an AI person point of view. So if you ask the agencies directly, from my past experience, you're gonna get problems that are about firefighting. Then those are the ones that the AI people say, that's not exciting, you know. But on the other hand, if you can get from a sufficiently high level person in the management to ask the questions that Gim Pew has asked just now, national priorities. So these are the ones that will get maybe the AI more excited. So yeah, the question is what's next for them, right? That you should ask, yeah. And not what to fight. Because of the fight, maybe. Yeah.
Okay, so thanks. I think we also run out. Also, we were not able to save the 15 minutes of it. So I hope, as I say, I don't represent NRF. I'm just hoping that there's so much money that we have at the moment for AI and so much activity in Singapore. How do we make best use of these opportunities? So, thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Quek. So we're going to move on now into our panel presentations and discussions centered around themes. So the next set of presentations and discussion will be on biomedical science. We'll start off with Professor Zhang, and then we'll be followed by Professor Daniel Ting and then Professor Wong Limsoon. We originally had Ashok, who agreed to moderate the panel, but he's unfortunately down with COVID. So instead, we'll have Prof Zhang to moderate. So handing over to you. Can you start?
Okay.
I need to share screen. Okay.
Yes, we will start the new section is in the biomedicine. And so we will have 3 speakers, and the discussion will be start after the all speaker has been talked. So we'll mainly talk about the how AI's impact on the biomedicine. So I'm going to talk about the impact of AI on the computational structural biology. So we this raises quite some questions, which is people very interested in the AlphaFold, and AlphaFold actually is try to solve the problem with protein structure prediction. So the problem is that giving you a one-dimensional sequence, protein sequence, and how you can design a computational program to predict the atomic structure of the protein. So basically, you want to decide the location of each atom in the protein molecule. So this is a core challenge in the modern computational biology. So here is a it's an image which I draw about 15 years ago. So that is an overview of the field for protein structure prediction. So basically, you have 3 approaches. The first approach is very easy. You do the comparative modeling to compare your query sequence to the solved structure. If your query sequence is homologous to your experimental structure, then you can build a model based on the template. Then the second one is called threading. So the third one is most challenging, is you try to fold a protein based on physical based force field.
So that different approach will have different accuracy. So that is a classical method starting probably 70 years ago and govern the field for 50 years. Then when the AI comes, like a neural network or deep learning comes, then it completely changes the paradigm of the field. So we don't use any template. Then they build based on AI. Their accuracy can be as good as a comparative model or as close to the low resolution experiments. So I will come to the point later. So this field is, gauged by a very important competition. It's called a CASP. It's also called the Olympic game for protein structure prediction. So every 2 years, organizer collect about 100 protein sequences, which nobody knows the structure. Then they send the sequence to the structural biologists, the X-ray or NMR, or nowadays is cryo-EM, try to solve the protein structure. In the meantime, they will send the sequence to the predictor, ask them to predict the structure. Then 3 months later, there is a third party referee. They will compare your predicted model with the experimental structure. Then see what are the methods which work or what method doesn't work. So this is a blind test because when we do the modeling, we don't know the experimental structure. So that is an objective way to assess what is the best method or the state of the art. So this is the first, event to introduce the competition to scientific area. So that is starting from exactly 30 years ago. So nowadays is a many of the competition in computing to to assess the method. But this is a most high profile for protein structure prediction. And to follow the state of the art, I will just overview what happened on this last 5 times of the CASP. So this is a summary of the last decade, 10 years. What's going on? What is the best method in this field? So this is like 10 years ago. This is the best method. Is based on classical method, based on force field and physics. So this is a best model we have built. And the blue is the predicted model. And the red is the experimental structure. You can see we can fold the protein about 100 amino acid, single domain. And TM score is 0.7. TM score higher than 0.5 means your fold is correct. So it's a minority of the protein we can fold the protein. So 2 years later, CASP 12. So the field can use the co-evolution to predict the contact map. Then we can fold many more of the protein. So 6 years later, deep learning or AI, try to change the field. Then we can fold much larger protein when we use the AI. So there's many more protein we can fold. So then the CASP 14, especially in the CASP 15, lastly, 2 years ago. So actually AlphaFold, which changed the field, is CASP 14. This AlphaFold 2. So we can fold a much larger protein with a high accuracy. So this is the last one, which AlphaFold is is already suppressed by many of the methods. So this is what we use a DI tracer, which we can fold a more than 1,000 of actually 1,400 amino acid with the experiments resolution of the structure. So that is show that how AI really changed the field of the protein structure prediction. But still, there's some problem which there's many people concerned about whether we really solve the protein structure prediction problem. So this shows that the protein complex, and now many people are doing better than AlphaFold. So this is a new method is integrate the physical-based methods ITaser plus AI. Then those are successful modeling of this protein-protein interaction. But we can still see there's a challenge is that the complex model, the resolution is still much lower than the single domain, single chain protein structure prediction. So that means the first challenge is that how we can model the protein-protein complex. Second challenge is the RNA structure prediction. We can fold very good single chain, single domain protein, but the RNA is still a very challenging. So this is the natural RNA. The new AI method can predict reasonably well for single small RNA. But for the non-natural RNA, especially the synthesized RNA, and the AI cannot fold. So that is observed from the cast. The major reason is that RNA, there's too few of the RNA structure. So nowadays PDB, we only have 500, around 500 RNA structure experiments, compared with 100,000 of the protein structure. So that is a challenge for AI for science, and we really need a better method. AI method can train this good model even based on tiny number of the RNA structure. The third challenge is that that is a general AI, and it's a black box. We can predict the from sequence to the final structure is single equilibrium structure, but we know that the protein in cell is dynamic and they are fluctuate. Also, there's many of the region there is the disordered region. We don't have a real stable structure. So that is the inherent, the weak point of the AI, include AlphaFold, also include our, DI-Taser method. So how we can, predict the accurate structure, also can know how the folding pathway or how protein folds in cell. So that is important for scientific curiosity. Also important for drug discovery, because drug discovery, they need to know the dynamic interaction between the protein and the ligand. So that is, I think, is a challenging problem, which is still yet to be solved in the AI, but it's also important, I think it's the focus of computational biology, structural biology, to remain for the AI for science in the Singapore initiative. I think we are standing somehow in the frontier of the field, but still, that is a problem, opportunity also for us, also for the initiative of the AI for science. And yeah, I can spend about 1 minute to talk about my overview of how we can solve the problem. So for the first problem of protein-protein interaction, and we are doing better. Reason we are doing better than the AlphaFold 2 is that because we are integrating this co-evolution with the physical-based first field for the Monte Carlo simulation. That's the reason we beat the AlphaFold. So now I think we are how we can better integrate the physical base and also the especially the cross protein chain co-evolution. That is a very important key for the modeling of the big protein-protein interaction. Also, for the RNA structure prediction, we really need a better AI model and technology to learn the, folding rules of the RNA using even smaller, like data set. So we are trying to integrate the language model from the RNA and also physics plus core evolution. And then we can somehow fold some of this new RNA, but still the resolution is challenging. So those are just show that we are now can fold a protein or RNA middle size, which using the somehow we cannot play this, so we can jump. So this is the last way which we think we can try to combine the physical based on the quantum simulation plus cryo-EM density map, and then plus AI restraint. We can somehow model, generate the trajectory of the protein folding, and also reasonable accuracy of the protein. So I think that it probably is a approach for the the black box of the nature of the AI. So that is my overview of the field of the AI impact on the computational biology. So we will. I know there's many people have questions. We'll next we'll have the panel discussion. So after next two speakers, so let's move to the Professor Daniel Ting. He's a associate professor from the Duke NUS Medical School. So yeah.
The sound. So
Yeah.
the sound can be off.
Okay.
When you want to play the video, then just put your sound.
Okay. Sure.
For now, then you
Okay.
just have.
Yeah. So we just take it.
I should choose.
Yeah, thanks very much for the kind invite to share. So I mean, thanks Michi for the shout out, and I think I really enjoy how we started with very philosophical AI. Should AI think? Should AI create questions? And then how? And from my personal point of view, coming from more physicians and coming from more patients, and health, and how do we use all the great science and a lot of the experts sitting here today within the real world settings? This is the questions, the number one question I'm actually trying to do together with the ecosystem. So my name is Daniel. I'm actually from the Xinghao. I'm the director of AI office. My day job is retina, specialist, ophthalmologist. I'm an eye doctor, and and doing seeing eye patients. So I mean, for the next 10 to 15 minutes, I'm trying to compress all the the stuff that we're actually seeing in the healthcare space, starting from the COVID time, right? So I think this is something that is still is still lingering in our back of our brain somewhat, but in the healthcare setting, it has actually really helped how we actually rethink how some of the healthcare delivery should be delivered within the real world settings. So this is Professor Victor Zhao. He's currently the president of the National Academy of Medicine. So joining, we actually highlighted the need of digital tech, not just within the COVID-19 settings, but beyond the COVID-19 settings, and see how we can actually do better. So AI, this is one slide that I want to show that AI can never stand alone. It always has to work with the ecosystem. So what are we talking about ecosystem? We talked about the molecular biology, protein foldings, and the more, the drug discovery phase. I would like to swing you guys all the way to the other spectrum, which is all your Fitbit, Oura rings, right? Continuous, glucose monitoring and whatnot. And AR, VR technology, Apple Vision Pro has just been launched last week. And of course, HoloLens 2 and Quest 2 is all the different things that we are very familiar with. This is just one of the slides. Pre-COVID, pre-Gen AI, pre-chat GPT. So we already seen a surge of the interest within the literature for healthcare and AI applications for different tasks. So this is a very high level stuff. If anyone were to do AI technology for health applications, you chuck a stone, it should hit one of these, clinical intended use. So it goes all the way from triaging to surveillance. So from the patient being diagnosed from day one to the moment that it get investigated, get treated, and finally it actually gets stable and get discharged or get monitored. This is some of the things. And if you look at the data of the space, it goes from the structured data where it actually handles the numerical values. It goes from semi-structured data where the electronic health records will come in, the text, which is what large language model is all about. I came from a pixel base, which is a more computer vision, image-based deep learning of the face. So the image, and of course, we have the audio, we have the speech, we also have the genomics, proteomics, and metabolomics. So this is one of the different data categories that we actually all have to consider when we're trying to actually march into the multimodal AI of the space. And of course, the different analysis, you started from machine learning, deep learning, you have multimodal during that time already. Now you have generative AI, so a lot of interest in the text base. But personally, I'm actually more excited about the vision language model. So how do you combine both the text and the image into one and then make it seamless for the consumers to use in the real world settings? I think this is one of the things that we all have to actually be very aware of. So global trend, I summarize it in this. I have no time to go through everything because each of the topic that I list, it can go on for 1 hour, like the keynote speech. So this is a very high level overview, how people can actually look at the structured database, the AI areas, pixel based, Gen AI, like I mentioned, you go from all the way, and then and so on and so forth, which I'm going to touch upon later on in my presentation as well. So if you look at the structure base, how do you actually use the data to predict who are these ICU patients is going to deteriorate in the next 48 hours time for acute kidney injuries? Who are these patients who's actually going to suffer from cardiac failure in the next 2 hours time? So those are the very critical, the questions for the intent ICU specialists to actually figure out so that they can actually modify some of the treatments for the ICU patients. I like the climate change example, how, Changi Airport, if you can predict how the wind is going to do within the 1 hour settings, potentially we can actually solve a lot of the same thing for what we are actually currently facing in the healthcare space. This is some of the pixel base. So if you feed the AI algorithms with a chest X-ray, can I tell whether this patient have any lung tumors? Same for CT, MRI, retinal imaging. This is one of the slides that I actually wanted to show some of the examples. Of course, why we are here today, why we are actually bringing, the NVIDIA, Jensen is here, and we're trying to create, we're trying to invest 1 billion is because of this. This is just putting things into perspective. I know there's a lot of the AI experts here, but for the one that coming more from the more conventional lab bench, the scientists, this is to put things into perspective. So this is one of the most powerful AI engine that mankind has ever seen to date, in my mind. And it took them 2 months to actually hit 100 million users. This is ChatGPT 3.5 when it actually first came out. So since 2019, this is nothing new, right? So I mean, ChatGPT 3.5 before that is really 1, really 2. People are really describing how the GPT 2.0 is being used to write the New Yorker's magazines and things. That alone already hit, the space quite well. But look at the evolution of large language model engine. And as we speak, I always tell my team, I always get so stressed out when I actually wake up. Once every 2 days, once every 3 days, a different research group is like publishing the new method and claiming that they're actually better. So this is how crazy this space currently we are looking at. And we published this last year in Nature Medicine and highlighting some of the opportunities about large language model use. And to me, this is a lowest hanging fruit to the medium hanging fruits to the highest hanging fruit that we can actually do. Organizing and summarizing and translating. I think this is the lowest hanging fruit that the text-based large language model can do. You don't actually need any sentiment analysis. You don't actually need to think too much, right? I mean, in the very layman, the settings. Because this actually is going to relate highly relevant to how when all the compute power start coming in, I'm going to share later in my slides, that we should actually all consider about. Generating scientific draft, I think, you should actually declare when you actually submit to the journals. I mean, and proofreading as well, right? I mean, of course, the highest hanging fruit is CDS. So these all requires regulatory approval. So I'm created some very fun fact. Again, AI technology, generative AI, deepfake with Chat GPT generated another content. I'm not sure whether the video is going to play.
Hello, I'm Dr. Daniel, a dedicated retina surgeon.
Lots of echo, as you can tell.
Now share with you how we address a serious eye condition.
Okay, so there's some. Okay, I'm gonna not mute myself first. I'm gonna just show the Japanese one as well. Okay, anyway, not the best, demo, but I just wanted to show you that if today in a healthcare settings, if all the patients are sitting outside my the consultation room waiting for me for 1.5 to 2 hours, and then finally get invited to my room and have a chat with me for 5 minutes and tell me everything in your eye is normal and please come back next year. We get complaints all the time from patients, right? Doctors don't spend enough time, they're not empathetic because they're so, then behind my back, there's like 40 patients waiting to see me. So those are the real world challenges that we are saying. Can we then combine AI together with some of the avatars, some of the deepfake to actually provide patients care, patients educations in the population setting, right? So I'm actually trying to also tick a few boxes here, as you can tell. So this is some of the future of healthcare services we all have to think about. And if you were to pick one place in the world to do it, Singapore would be the best place. I'm not biased at all, but I'm very biased, right? So I mean, this is one of the things that I just wanted to share. And let's move on to the next slide. So if you look at the large language model, now a bit more technical, because we do have to understand where the technical stuff comes in. I told you about the low hanging fruit, medium hanging fruit, and high hanging fruit. The higher you go, the more thinking, the more creativity, the more you have to actually take into place. So if you can start with the low hanging fruit, then you can actually delegate the task based on the compute power that you already have in your backyard. So you go from the left all the way to the right, from the pre-training, fine-tuning, and you want to rag it, right? Retrieval, augmented generation, and prompt engineering, compute power will go significantly lower and lower and lower as you actually move to the right. And if you look at the different major players in the field, three giants right now in my mind, right? OpenAI, Microsoft, Google is coming out the Gemini 1.0, 1.5, and of course, AWS has invested 1 billion to Entropy, the spun out from OpenAI. So I think those are probably the top three players in my mind right now. Of course, the smaller player, Mistral, is coming up as well. And I'm going to show you two more later. The closed source and open source is highly important. Why? Because it relates to data. The moment that you feed any single point of data into the closed source setting, you lose it because you can never crawl it back. Not only that, because if you actually don't build it within your backyard in a secure manner, you lose the data. So this is the one challenges that all the people on the ground are currently actually facing. And if you actually tier the compute parameters, right? You go from more than 1 trillion. So they haven't actually open sourced what the parameters they have used, but rumors say that it's more than 1 trillion. I saw 1 trillion, the foundation model in an earlier conversation. Intermediate, more than 50B, and small, more than 10B. Even more than 10B, right? Llama 7B, if you were to actually pre-train a foundation model, it's going to cost you tons of high-end GPUs, right? We talk about H180 and of course, now people are moving resource-efficient AI. How do you, is it more is more or less is more? So those are the two extreme spectrum that currently we are thinking as well, right? So open source, we have Falcon, we have Llama, and now Mistral is also coming out as well. So the multi-model Gen AI. So if you were to combine the structured data with the image, with the audio, with the speech, we talk about the proteomics, we talk about genomics, who can actually run the race in health? Right, so this is one of the things that we're currently talking about. Vision language model. I personally feel like we need to also invest a bit more in this space because you can't just focus on text. Because in a lot of things we do in life, it needs text, speech, audio, and image as well. So you need this multi-model, the type of training. And of course, federated learning. Prof Tan actually mentioned that, right? One of the things that has actually made a breakthrough in terms of how people can share data across the border and build an AI model, that's one. But we haven't talked about, what about the IP sharing? What about the tech transfer perspective? Who's going to own the IP, and how do we actually carve up the ratio if you manage to build this very gigantic and very robust AI technology together with the global, the players? And AI safety, Singapore is very well known for the safety, right? So, your kids, you go out 10 p.m., you always come back, no problem. But cyber security safety, that is another type of safety that, are we there yet? This is another big question that I think if we push more and more digitally, cyber security should also be equally be considered when we talk about safety for Singapore. So, I mean, some of the privacy preserving technology, in addition to federated learning, is blockchain, cryptography. How do you actually do symmetric and asymmetric encryption? How do you do like NFTs? Do you have to assign the originality to the data? Given that now everything is so generated in this era, this is all the emerging trends that the whole world is actually talking about in health. And of course, the blockchain, one of the things that Estonia has done really well, they actually encrypted the whole national, the digital, the data into the blockchain, the settings. And of course, in the COVID, the settings, blockchain technology has been heavily adopted as well. Earlier we talked about protein folding. I won't actually, bore the audience with that, but just putting things in perspective. If you ask a human to calculate how the protein can fold and unfold, it takes us billions of years to do it. But if you ask a machine to do it, you ask the deep reinforcement learning and things to do it, they actually can be faster. So this is Demis, which need no further introduction. So I speak about from the clinical standpoint. What about from the pharma standpoint? The great technology, the great molecules that you find, if we cannot actually get the pharmaceutical to buy and take it for phase 3, there's no value to the patients because we can't use it and the patient can't consume it. So in my mind, clinical trials for AI use is also highly important because that generates revenue, that generates return on investment. So those are the things that you can break phases of clinical trials to phase 1 to phase 4. You can actually help them to screen the patient, shorten the clinical trials. Every single phase 3 clinical trial takes $500 million to $1 billion on average, right? Irrespective of the medications. So if you actually can aim at all these different high return kind of space to create a groundbreaking AI solution to help the pharmaceutical company, I think that will be another like a big areas. And of course in US, there's a lot of the companies doing that, including Flatiron. Those who are working in oncology space shouldn't be too foreign to you. Bryan Health is related to ophthalmology. We talk about return on investment, health economic assessment. So we published 2 of these papers in Lancet series journals. If you look at AI and digital health, when you look at the return, you have to have at least all this in mind. So basically how your AI is run. Is it fully automated or is it fully assistive? Are you going to actually have a human in the loop to actually do it? How do you actually determine what kind of health economic analysis that makes sense to actually assess impact? So this is what some of the population health related stuff that ACE Daphne is actually trying to do from the ACE agency. So of course, social determinant of health is also very important. We talk about the data sets, we talk about bias. Prof Tan talk about what is unique to our side of the world. I think neighboring countries, Southeast Asia, we have enough market size to actually position ourselves as a unique country to actually raise in the generative AI era. So, I mean, this is some of the things that's very, very important. And of course, quantum computing, right? So this is one of the papers that published back in 2017 and by Google. Putting things in perspective again, you think a GPU is already very powerful. Quantum computer can do something 10,000 times faster than what the classic GPUs can do. So, I mean, this is some of the things that we would actually like to, I would actually like to see how quantum computer can then combine with the protein folding space. Can we speed up the iteration, right? So this is some of the things that we are currently doing. So I'm going to touch a little about this, right? Because I think this is one of the things we can do much better from Singapore and with all the data centers that we have, all the advantages. So if you were to actually fashion a go-to market strategy for any AI solution that you do, I mean, in my mind, it can come as a SaaS, software as a solution basis, can be a platform as a service, right? You can be a AI and the hardware play like a Tesla analogy, right? You build a car, but you're well known for the brain. So this is how we actually combine both the hardware and the software to be a smart tech. And of course, the next thing is how can you actually combine AI with drugs? So those are the different combinations of the business models that one can actually think of. And the regulatory landscape, if the regulator do not approve your drugs or you do not approve your tech, you cannot use it. So this is one of the things that we as a Singapore, someone mentioned about Singapore as being small, but I think here, in the Chinese saying, right, 麻雀虽小, right? So we're sparrow, we're small, but I think we have all the ingredients that we need to actually push tech to the next phase. So this is some of the things that jointly together NRF, EDB, enterprise Singapore, I think all the cross-ministerial, the collaboration is very important. Some of the successful example, how AI is combined with the platform. This is AI Doc. Right now they are in Series E. Again, this is the Gen AI space, a bridge. Not sure how many. I'm sure the people working in computer science knows that they're again in Series B, but they're with a valuation of $200 million. Ambience Healthcare, Nuance Healthcare. These are all the successful startup that's actually making impact in the US space. How do we actually create something similar in our side of the world, right? So I just want to spend like 1 minute to talk about our advantage. This is SGH is ranked top 10 in the world. NUS, NTU ranked top 10 in the world. So, I mean, those are the things that we are ranking top 10. But we are being ranked top 10 in the publications and academic space. So is this enough, right? I always ask myself, is it enough to actually publish tons of Nature papers and not having the single technology being used in the bedside? I personally feel we are really doing well. We have to keep up the race, but on the side, we should actually quickly catch up on the more translational and the commercialization space. We have lots of network, lots of financial backing, lots of computing power. We're ranked 4th in the world to be the NVIDIA revenue generation country, right? And of course, we have Precise and Ming Shi. Now I'm going to do her back a favor to call her out again. MOH is trying to do this very, very important task. How do you actually organize the data in the very actionable manner, right? Rather than collating a bunch of dirty data, but collating a bunch of very useful and research grade data. So those are the things, and then of course Precise, 100K. We're pushing to 1 million. We're trying to be a UK biobank. NIH is also launching this initiative called the AI Bridge to AI. Perhaps this is one of the things that NRF can actually look into as well. Market size, right? We need to use. This is because if not, there's no ROIs. So I just pulled this out from the Google. So if you just look around ourselves, within 6 hours flight we did from Singapore, we already have 3 billion population. Is 3 billion enough? I think, yeah, if everyone is paying $1 for your solutions, I think that's enough. So those are the thinking that we should actually see how we can position Singapore as a unique the site for all this activity to happen. So in my very humble opinion, right? This is my personal opinion again, nothing related to NRF as a disclaimer. I think foundation models wise, if we were to, Prof Tan mentioned that there's one private healthcare group, probably is, he meant Kaiser, 150 million patients. But actually in Singapore, if you collate the whole nationwide, the patient data is not bad. We have 6 million and we are highly interconnected. And you don't actually have to fly from East Coast to West Coast in, in US for such a long flight. And we have many, many talents here, right? AI talent, clinician, bioinformatician, molecular biologist. And how do we actually unlock some of the data from institution and leveraging on Ministry of Health, the support and evaluation matrix. We haven't even talked about how do we quantify the performance qualitatively and quantitatively, right? There's so many different ways that you can say my solution is the best. But to the other group, you probably are using the wrong matrix. That's why you are better than me. So how do we actually do the consensus guidelines worldwide in the Gen AI space, right? And to me, I think a lot of people sitting here are all the top talents in the respective field. But Singapore, what Singapore can do better, you need the very KOL from pharmaceutical company that leads their phase 1 to 3. and brings the molecule to US FDA. This is something that I personally think Singapore do not have enough. We have to attract more of these experts to come into our backyard. And of course, the unicorn startups, the CFO, the CSO, the Chief Strategy Officer, how do they raise funds? How do they help the homegrown startup technology in Singapore and bring it to the Bay Area, to the Boston area, and then to actually raise funds and go get listing like Ming Han, right? Limsoon is a very great example how a Singapore homegrown technology and then quickly got transported to the Bay Area. So this is some of the things for the NRF to consider. A quick proposal that you can actually take a read from here. This is essentially summarizing what my wishes are and how we can actually move forward with this. I would like to thank NRF for a kind invite to share. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you for the very inspiring and also insightful talk. So let's move to Professor Limsoon Wong. He's a HCT chair professor in the computer science from the NUS. So he's expert in the bioinformatics and also omics study. So we'll hear about his insight about the AI in biomedical science personal perspective.
Hello. I was asked to share some of my perspectives on AI in biomedicine, and what I will do here is to tell you some of what I think worthwhile direction to look at. And I just have, wait, I am not sure how to, okay. So 3 points to make. The first point is that it will become much easier for clinicians to train AI models and use them. And the second point is that it will become easier to dissect an AI model, to discover scientific laws, and to understand what's going on. And third, there are also some hurdles. So I will elaborate on each of these. Actually, if you ask me technically on like specific prediction problem or something like that, and you say whether AI has improved, I think the answer is that 20 years ago and today, no difference. It hasn't improved that much. The improvement that comes is not from pure AI, it's from like what Zhang mentioned, how you integrate domain into the AI. That is what makes the difference. But the other aspect of AI has made big advances. Is actually it is becoming easier to use the AI, easier to train the AI. Last 20 years ago, you really need to be a highly trained professional to do it properly. But today, you need less skill to do that. And maybe in the near future, you don't need much skill to do that. And so what I think one of the most worthwhile direction if you are a pure AI researcher is really how to make that AI easier to use, easier to train, in more flexible way to train, so that even someone who is not a professional can do it correctly. Yeah, and here is one example where so maybe here you have a picture to train the AI. It has general, it has a model for pictures. And so someone just highlighted this portion as a rainbow. And once the machine has seen this example, the next thing is that if you give it another picture, it will highlight the.
Let us try to.
Yeah, AI is taking over.
Okay. So,
Oh, no, it doesn't like the.
okay, we ignore that for now. So yeah, it will point out, these are the rainbows, right? And you give it another picture, I don't know. Let's say Statue of Liberty, and you highlight, the crown, and you give it another picture of Statue of Liberty, it will pick up the crown, right? So I can imagine that this is like a new way to use to interact with that AI. And so for clinic, I could potentially once the system has this language model of medical images, we could potentially show an image and maybe circle out, here's a cancer cell, right? And find me all the rest. It will do it. So I think this is the one interesting directions for the AI to go, is really how to make it much easier, much more reliable for ordinary people to use it properly. The second is also for the people who use AI. I think today, many people are just interested to get a prediction correct, but that doesn't help science to really advance. Because it doesn't improve our understanding. So I will give you this example of a wine, right? If someone give me a glass of wine and ask me whether I like it, I will say, oh yeah, I like it or I don't like it. But if you ask me why, I cannot explain that to you. But if you ask a wine connoisseur, he may tell you the blah, right? Like, oh, this is a very nice glass of Cabernet Sauvignon, and it has this, this hue, it has this body, this vitality, blah blah blah. So why can a wine connoisseur say all that and I can't? The reason is he has a vocabulary I don't have. I don't know what does body means in the context of wine tasting. I don't know what aroma means in the context of wine tasting, but yes, that's specific vocabulary. You ask the Eskimo, to me, snow is white, but to them, they have 100 different words to describe that snow. What makes the difference is that he can tell you, I look at this snow, tomorrow we're going to have bad weather. So, to me, I can't. But his 100 different words can describe 100 different kinds of snow, and that's make it possible for him to associate, tomorrow is going to get bad weather because the snow is XYZ. I don't know, XYZ has no meaning to me, it's just white. But he has meaning to him. Today, in the recent time, there are some fundamental advances in AI, in particular the language model. What difference does it make is that this language model actually has learned and created a new vocabulary. And this vocabulary gives the AI the possibility to make simple rules. Like this snow is XYZ, therefore tomorrow you're going to get a bad weather. It's this new vocabulary that makes it possible to come up with very simple rules, because otherwise I don't have a vocabulary to give you that rule in a very simple way. And for people who use AI or for creating the model and using it, is whether we spend that time to understand the language model we have created to derive what is that simple rule. Right? And if we don't do that, we do not get an improvement in understanding. Right? Then science will not advance. So it's only when you invest your time and effort into understanding that language, into understanding how they use that rule, that language to make rules, then you can benefit basic science. So that is the second point I want to make. And so there's also a third point is more, like maybe 30 years ago, someone told me 3/4 of the AI model when deployed failed. And today, a few weeks ago, someone still tell me 3/4 of the AI model when deployed failed. Why does it happen? That happens because the practitioner of AI is missing some very important practices. I look at my colleague when they teach, maybe Bryan, teach AI. In your class, it's 40 hours of less lectures, right? How many of those 40 hours is spent on teaching your student how to prepare a test model, how to evaluate? Probably, if I'm lucky or you're very conscientious, 1 hour, right? So that is not enough. The AI model 3/4 fail is mostly if you have tested it properly, you will not get to deployment and fail deployment. You have taught that, right? And the way the AI people model get tested is very simple-minded. You prepare a test set and then see whether it predict well. But as a professor, I guess many of you are professors and teachers, right? How would you prepare a test question? You have easy question, medium hard question, very hard question, right? And you would have your test 90% all easy question. You probably have 1/3 easy question, 1/3 medium hard question, and 1/3 very hard question. When we prepare the test set to test an AI, do we actually have 1/3 easy question, 1/3 hard example, 1/3 medium hard examples? Do we look at whether that model say 90% accuracy? Do we look at, is it 90% because I have 90% very easy question? And I can tell you that 100 AI professionals don't do that. So these are some very simple things that could make the AI system successful. At least don't fail in deployment. Right? Just think a little bit more, put a little bit more thought into testing. Actually, this is a very green, open area because all the rest of the world don't look at it. And we could have looked at that. Just to develop very simple guidelines on how to test would already have established Singapore as a very important place. Because this is one area for to look at. And second, this model failed because the AI practitioners are usually not expert in the domain. They don't realize in each domain there's something special. One of I'm not a really AI person, but one thing that interests me very much is how to deal with a certain kind of measurement noise. And usually the higher the resolution of the measurement, the higher the more susceptible it is to noise, right? If I'm measuring the length of a rod, I just use a ruler. Whether I measure it today, measure it tomorrow, no different. The answer will be the same. But if I have a resolution of nanometer, today the temperature 25 degrees, tomorrow 29 degrees, there will be an observable difference, right? Do the AI practitioner know about this in that domain? No. Do they care about this? Probably not. So this is one aspect, also a big gap in the AI practitioner and the user, because they don't realize this. And I can give you an example here. This one maybe is too small to see. You will see that the part, I have 5 green fingers, right? Those 5 green fingers are actually the same kind of protein. Let's call them green proteins. There are 5. Why are there 5 fingers? This is because I measure them on 5 different days. On day 1, it appeared here. On day 2, it appeared there. Day 3, there. And actually, they are exactly the same protein. They should all be in the same place if I visualize them. But there are 5 different places. How do you analyze? If you analyze the different based on positions, then you will be mistaken that there are 5 different kinds of proteins. But actually, they are the same kind, right? And of course, people in the domain knows about this, so they have all kinds of AI to correct this problem. And in a way, they're successful. If you look at the right corner, the 5 green fingers now have emerged into 1 green block. So they solved that problem. However, there's something more subtle that goes on, right? Because I haven't told you. So there are some black arrows there. Those black arrows are proteins that have been mutated, and they are very small, 1% of the total cells that have been mutated. And those blue ones, the black arrows are right inside the middle of the 5 green fingers, actually the same protein. Cells with the same protein, but with that protein mutated. So it's a subspecies. But when you undergo this AI correction at the far right, that blue finger has disappeared. That little blue black arrow has disappeared. Then that's important because these are actually transfer samples. And those blue mutated proteins are very early pre-malignant cells. Ashok is not here, but he will be very interested because he is interested in identifying pre-malignant cells. And if you do the AI processing, those cells have disappeared because they have corrected, AI has corrected them to look at the green fingers. Then you will see, hey, there's no pre-malignant cell in my cancer. Actually, they are there, but the AI overcorrected them. So these are very domain-specific things that in order to properly use the AI, you need to know. And the third example, actually this was from last year, someone was showing me, this created this system to classify butterflies for biology. You give it a picture of butterfly, it can tell you this is, exactly is this species. And he built model for hundreds of species of butterfly. He was very happy, very impressive. Then I asked him this question. I have this butterfly, it's a new species. What will happen if I give it to your system? And I said, oh, it will be classified into the nearest species to it. Then I was like, but your biologist friend will be very excited if you tell him this is a new species never been seen before. But now you don't tell him that. You will tell him that this is species X because X is the nearest species to it. You are building a system that can classify butterflies very well, but you can't tell, or you purposely make a mistake when there's a new butterfly, and the real biologist will be more excited when you tell him it's a new butterfly. This is a problem where 90% of AI is classifier, but unfortunately, most AI people build the classifier as a classifier. I train your N classes, whatever you give me, I will force it into one of the N classes. If it happens to be one of the N classes, very good. I can be accurate. If it is the N plus one, the new class, a surprise, I will make a mistake. Right? So the thought didn't go into that. So I think this is the point I want to make. And it's actually not that easy, not that difficult to say this is a surprise. This is something I have not trained before. But somehow it's not a practice to do that. So let me just summarize my 3 points again. One, it's very important to focus or rather put effort into making the AI easier to use, discover new ways to use them. I think this is a very important direction to pursue. Singapore may have no chance to be, not that much chance to say fundamental advance in a particular technique, but anyone can think of new exciting ways to use the AI. So I think this is one good direction that can benefit many people. And second is that for AI to have a role in science, either the practitioner and all that, need to understand, we create language model, but I think AI people doesn't really tell what is the vocabulary that's being created, right? How you can create simplified using those new vocabulary. I think this is also, especially for people interested in science, is very important to discuss from those new vocabularies and a model, discover new principles. Actually, it's one of my, I don't use AI that much, but one of my main interests is I know if I create an AI to make good prediction, I don't usually write about the AI, but I actually dissect that model to extract those rules and then make my prediction using those rules, so that the AI model disappear. That is my interest area. So, and because of doing that, I can sort of discover new principles, new problem solving principles. So I think that is one important thing to do for people really interested in AI in science. And third is that one big gap in terms of AI practitioner, how to improve that, where Singapore may have a good chance, is really this very overlooked area. How do you design the guideline to properly test your AI? Okay.
From the very interesting sharing of the team. So, so Daniel, can you come to the yes? So we can before lunch we can take a couple of questions, and you can ask the question which we have covered about our opinion. Also, you are welcome to raise some issue or question or comments about beyond what we have presented from the three speakers.
Thank you. All right, thank you. So the question is, when do you think AI will be able to get Nobel Prize? So for example, we have AlphaFold now. So what is missing with AlphaFold gets, something like a new discovery, because we have like millions of new proteins. So what is missing?
Yeah, I hope I can answer. That is, probably the committee of the Nobel Prize, the committee, your decision. But actually, many after the AlphaFold 2, actually many people guessing or even media think that probably we predict the author of the AlphaFold 2 probably should get the Nobel Prize. We don't know. But my personal opinion is that this is of course it's very creative and very important for the show the power of AI for putting structure prediction. But still, they are validated by the test, the blind test. But still, this they cannot. This is like a black box. And they cannot really tell how good and false. This is really the issue. Which, or if you ask me as a scientist, I think it's not satisfactory. And you know the answer, but you don't know the reason. And also in my own lab, I very much against the student. If you choose the project, you just give you the data, you just run your AI training, and then you get some result. That's a very boring project in supply. And I really want to see if you get a good project, you shouldn't know the answer, also you know why you get the answer. And that's very important in making the project interesting. So this is something related. I hope that I try to answer your question, but it's a very difficult question.
The counter argument is if we try to make it interpretable, we are less accurate. Because there are some patterns very hard to understand for the human brain, but very easy for the machine. So the interpretation sometimes is in trade-off of accuracy, but it's another debate.
But somehow in some sense, but I don't completely agree. Because the correct answer is should, it's a smart answer. If you if you are God, you know answer, and also you know what the reason. Because now we can see, just I showed that in our approach like DI phaser, when we integrate the first field simulation with AI, we really beat many other groups in the test. But we are also approach to the folding procedure. So that's the reason, although AlphaFold is very well known, but still there's a tremendous amount of the users still, biologists, they're still using IT solver. Because in our solver, we are not only give you the structure, final model, we are also give you the trajectory and decoy set. So there's many of these biologists, the root to us said that they very much appreciate the IT because they can tell in their experiment, they can tell the percentage or population or multiplicity of their folding, because there's some of the folding they can fold to different state. But IT somehow they can really not give you some different cluster in a different state. So, well, of course, we are not there, but we are still pushed to that direction. That's, I think, is probably can go beyond the just purely AI training.
Maybe I can add. Yeah, so that's why you mentioned that the model sometimes hard to explain, right? I mean, my analogy was this wine connoisseur. They have that vocabulary, right? To say, quantity of the wine is like solid or not wine connoisseur, but they have that vocabulary. And I think the AI model was hard to explain because for most of us, we do not have that vocabulary. And the AI practitioner also didn't look at the language models that they have to characterize what that vocabulary is. Not like this fine community, right? They define the vocabularies. So if we have done that, I am sure it should not be too difficult to explain many of these models. Yeah.
I comment on that again. We've been talking about data a lot, and now you have this beautiful example of a butterfly. Okay, what makes a butterfly a new butterfly, or just a change of something that you don't that's already classified? And how do we discover laws, right? So everybody knows from school F is equal to N times N, right? Easy, you plot a few dots, and then in your physics class, you just draw a line, and you have discovered the mathematics, and you write the mathematical formula. Why is this possible? This is only possible because we are using concepts that suddenly, like magic, like data, all in its place. So the real question about scientific discovery is not so much, can I discover the mathematical relationship, but can I use the right concept to represent the relationship between the key contributions to that have influenced this observation. So, but of course we are in the world of mathematics. We can now, of course, apply all my machine learning, not just to the data, but also the representation of concepts, and look about metrics in between them, and then use this and go back to the data until the magic happens and Newton laws comes out. Okay, and I think this is something that we are just about to all discover. And so machine learning on top of a more abstract space, the representational space, in my view, this is definitely something we should include when it comes to AI and stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. That was my second point. My interest is really I use those models to create those models, but I never really publish any models because I always look at the model and dissect them. And like you say, I discover some vocabulary, and then I see that F equals to MA. Right? And then I publish, you'll be the F equals to MA. The AI disappears. Yeah, but because I bothered to invest that effort into dissecting the model. Yeah.
Yes, my name is Yewsoon, come from IC. But I have a question to Zhang. In your AlphaFold,
Can you closer to the
okay. In your AlphaFold study, you mentioned that you use, in your approach, you combine physical laws and Monte-Carlo condition, and also embed it into the AI training, and you get a better result. This one I'm understanding. So my question is, for physical-based AI, there are two different approaches. One is we use the physical laws or simulation model to create a data set, which can influence and more bigger data set, much better AI result. Another side is, if we know some physical laws embedded into the data set, we may not know all the laws, but a part of the data should follow some physical laws. Then we use this physical law as constraints of the data set to the training. So in your study, what approach are you using? And in your understanding, what is the better way for us to combine physical law, what we know already, and also the data set with major part or small part, which may not know. What's the balance in these two?
Okay. Yeah, thank you for raising that very important question. And your proposal is we have used some of this approach, just try to, we call this tier. So try to use it, because sometimes the data is not enough with an RNA. We try to use our model, AI model, to generate some decoy, and then retrain our model based on this decoy. We found that improve our result. So, but in our case, when we mentioned we combine the physical law with this AI, is that we are, before AI, before deep learning introduced, we already using the IPS or our folding simulation can fold many of the proteins. So that is the reason our solver is become so popular. So what I want to say is that physics already can do something. So now if you are AI, put in, if they are complementary, they should do better than just purely AI. So that's the reason currently we are just using AI generated as like embedding or restraint, put it into the physical business simulation. That is the way we are trying to combine. There's another way is people try that for more than 10 years. Is try to use AI to learn a physical law or physical procedure. Just like, for example, use the AFT as a simulation and then learn this parameter using deep learning. And then you try to use this refined force field to fold a different or larger molecule. And that is
May I suggest this could be continued in the break?
Okay.
Okay. Because I just have one very quick question for Daniel, if you don't mind. Yeah, is that okay?
Go ahead.
Okay. Daniel, my question is relating to your AI avatars for working with patients and so on. Would you need emotion, empathy, sentient AI for all of that? And how do we march towards that?
Yeah, so thanks, Subodh, for the great question. I think right now we are actually building AI algorithms in a very highly constrained environment, meaning that the task itself is highly specific. So one image and 1 and 0. So this is what we've done before. And how do we actually make it more? How do we humanize it? Like how do we actually make the AI, like a doctors when we actually convey the results to the patient? We are not quite there yet. And in fact, if you look at what we've done with Selena Plus that you guys are aware of, that is a retina-based classification model and 1 and 0, very traditional, very standard. But if you look at the multi-model Gen AI stuff, the potential, the opportunity that you can teach, I'll just imagine if Sora, we can actually use that for the patient's care, I think that would be fantastic. But from what we've done previously to what, the potential of the Gen AI is bringing is there's many, many steps, that we actually have to crack. Yeah.
Okay, and if there's any more questions? Okay. So we can probably move some of the discussion during the lunch or after in the afternoon.
Prof, we can ask questions during your session. Okay. I want to get that 45 minutes. Okay, we'll take 45 minutes for lunch. Let's see everybody back in here at 1. Thank you for your help.
Okay, thanks. So we are into our new session, right? We are looking at AI methods for scientific research. So what you're going to see later on will be a range of AI scientists and AI experts that will be coming up to talk. I'll be moderating the whole session. But before we begin with them, I'd like to share some of my own experiences as well, just 2 slides. Well, the first and foremost would be the following. Having talked to the basic scientists, I realized that there is a misconception that tends to be floating around. That is that AI always needs or requires massive data or compute. Now, this may have been influenced by the AI advances of the big techs that you've seen before that have massive resources in compute and data. Hence, what you see from them is that they can do what we call passive learning, right? Pushing all the available data into model training with the massive compute that they have. Now, on the other hand, just now, if you hear from Gim Pew, right, what about small data problems? Notice that in scientific problems, it could be the case that data may not be abundant, and they are actually costly to obtain. I believe many of you share the experience. How then, like what Gim Pew has said, how then can you ask the right question to be answered? How can you identify and pull in high quality data? Now, this is into the domain of what I call active learning, right? Active learning. Now, even if some of you will say, oh, but the data is abundant. Now, that's a different problem. Then we can actually try to know what subset of data are actually most useful for the task that you have. And then we select them intelligently for model training. Okay? So what you see as a community is that, in the past, in the AI community, asking the right question and knowing what data to acquire and use is actually an art, even among the AI community. But, right, in the last decade, we have progressed, right, to the extent that now this has become a science rather than an art. Okay? So these are just some of the techniques, in the past that I have dabbled with that you can, sort of familiarize yourself with. I think earlier on, I believe it's Thorsten, I'm not sure if it's here still. He was asking about science-inspired AI. Yeah. So in the past, when we do active learning, we're trying to collect useful data that contains the most amount of information to build a very, very good model. But now, if you have physics-based constraints, right, how then do you ask yourself to collect data or ask the right question? So, in recent times, we have done this work on active learning for physics-inspired neural networks. Now, for meta learning or transfer learning, I think Yewsoon may be talking about that later. You are going to exploit, past experiences in order for you to do what we call few-shot learning, right, for developing a new model. Now, the other experience I had was about neural architecture search, where we are trying to find the best architecture that gives the best performance. Now, this may be translated to, say, molecular design, where you are searching for a certain molecule that gives the property that you want. Now, last but not the least, which I have quite a fair bit of experience in on Bayesian optimization, I've been applying it to precision agriculture. Yeah. So very naturally in that space, I've previously mentioned, in the AI community, we have been using this in AlphaGo. Previously, it was a half win rate, but because of careful automated fine-tuning of the hyperparameters, it increased to 2/3 of the time, right, in terms of win rate in AlphaGo. Now, this technology can in fact be translated to be used in any black box optimization problems where you have no idea what the expression is, right? If you know, then automatically, say in precision agriculture, you know the right conditions to set so that your plants are going to grow up strong and healthy, but apparently not. Yeah. So this kind of techniques can actually be used. Going forward, there are really a whole new bunch of other techniques that tries to look at learning with less data rather than having massive amount of data, right? Things like zero order optimization. Okay, so that's all I have. Now, I'd like to invite the next speaker up before we go into the panel discussion. We have 4 speakers lined up. Maybe I can get Yewsoon to come up first, right? Is the President's Chair, Professor of Computer Science in NTU. He's also the Chief AI Scientist of A-Star.
Thanks, Bryan. Yes, please. So I'm a strong advocate of Gen AI. So, I put in some text to generate some of these pictures regarding AI in science. So this is using Copilot. So I'm Yewsoon, so currently at NTU and A-Star. So I'm going to start by sharing my opinion about what are the kind of things that can be done, the benefits of AI in science itself. So how can AI benefit science in particular? So let me just share that my opinion is that AI. How do I get the bar on top?
It's not visible.
Yeah, I can't see from here. So how can we get AI to be used and beneficial to science? So I'm going to categorize them in three key areas. So the first is that lots of us have used AI to augment established scientific workflows that are defined by humans. That means day in, day out, we'll be working on this, we'll be using AI to help us in small little ways to enhance efficiency, accuracy, and productivity. Some examples in biomedical, for example, we use deep learning models to assist clinicians, radiologists interpreting medical images, be it X-ray, MRI, CT scans, or you use it to predict treatment outcomes of clinical trials, or you analyze all kinds of data, genomic data, with respect to genetic patterns, and then you predict protein functions, or it could be also AI to identify potential drugs candidates. So very much using it within the human process. It could be an environmental where you use AI model itself to predict extreme weather events, improving accuracy. It could be in engineering, predictive maintenance, whether you call that AI in science, okay. I mean, I leave that definition to the team, to Kedar and the team. So to detect anomalies, predict equipment failures, even in laboratory automation, simple automation, not changing the workflow, not disrupting it yet, but just to speed things up. Let me go to category 2. I would say category 2 is one where you really disrupt the entire traditional workflow. It is now something that you design for AI. Processes, they are designed for the AI instead of humans. So that kind of disruptions, I will call it category 2, is some kind of paradigm shift. So you're fundamentally changing how science is being approached. So for example, in drug discovery, you build generative models, you have prescriptive analytics of drug efficacy instead of predictive. Okay, you prescribe beyond just predict. And you have in material and genomics, for example, you have the AI itself driving the decision making and the discovery in self-driving laboratory. So this is beyond just automation, but you change the process of how things are done. And then third, you have AI that actually design and optimize the AI capabilities itself, right? So it has capability of designing the process. And then the category 3 will be something which I call it, I don't call it, this is basically by Professor Kitano. So in his paper, he called it autonomous AI scientists. Can we build AI that have autonomy for discovery, for scientific discovery? And he called it the Nobel Turing Challenge. So you want AI system that's capable of proposing novel hypotheses that are not taught by human before. So totally new hypothesis, you are building new hypotheses in the hypothesis space. You have AI-driven experimentation platforms that are continuously iterating without human intervention. And then instead of relying on human intuition, you have AI algorithms that can optimize experimental design, select variables, being able to do all these things on its own. So I would say that I would divide any of what you do of what AI is used in science into some of these categories, some of these 3 categories. Of course, the line between some of these categories is quite blurred sometimes, but it's all up to you to define whether the disruption is higher, whether it has autonomy. So these are the three areas. I'll move on to some snapshots of my personal experience of AI in science. So I did my PhD in Southampton under British Aerospace and Rolls-Royce. So I've been working in this area for 30 over years. This is the top lab. So I'm showing an example of a case in Singapore of a COD lab with Rolls-Royce at NTU. So back in 2013, we had this COD lab that was in phase 1. These were the data that Rolls-Royce had. You have design data, you have testing data, you have manufacturing data, you have in-service data, you have R&O data, repair or overhaul. Right? So during that time, you have big data. So big data was deemed as the new fuel. Lots of data are generated. So there's also simulation data, vision data, acoustic data, sensor data, time series data, especially in service, time series data. So back then we were using artificial neural nets because deep learning wasn't popular yet. We were using Gaussian process. Gaussian process is one of the most popular by the companies because it gives you the expectation, it gives you the variance. So the confidence is there. And if you speak to all these engineers, they love Gaussian process, right? So, but right now, of course, if now you have deep learning, you have lots of data, by all means, please use deep learning, generative models, you can create foundation models. That's why now there are lots of models being created, people proposing time series foundation models and so on. Now, let me move on, I don't have much time. So AI in science, let me highlight the word discovery. There is a difference between AI in science and AI in scientific discovery. So I leave it to the team also to focus on whether you want to do AI in science or is focus more on AI in scientific discovery. When it's scientific discovery, data is scarce. Okay, because it's a discovery, which means a situation where you have little data. So this is a picture basically I taken from this paper by Professor Kitano as well. So there was this 2 Nobel Prize, one in chemistry and one in physiology and medicine. He says that in all this area of discovery, search and optimization is paramount. Because optimization usually happens when you have some data, you really want to zoom down, finding the result. Search is when you really have little clue of where the result, the good solution are. You really have to make an informed guess. Okay, be it whether you have data, if data is not available, how do you get other data to augment your search? So let me come back to a work that was done also with Rolls-Royce. So back then, we were doing a lot of search and optimization, mainly evolutionary optimization and Bayesian optimization, as what Bryan has said. These are stochastic methods. And you can always combine this with gradient-based methods if gradients are available. So these are situations where data is limited, is scarce. I'll show you more in the situation, especially in the context of design and discovery, which focus on innovation. So as I mentioned, my paper in 2003, 21 years ago, is on evolutionary optimization of computational expensive problem via surrogate modeling. That was an aerodynamics problem. And I work on water molecules as well. So water molecules, for example, can they see on those on the screen? I don't know whether it works. Okay. Oh, it's not shown here. Can you do a show screen? Show you share screen, not share the, yeah, just share screen, yes. Yeah, can you see this? So we work on molecular design, and this uses physics, first principle method of molecular dynamics. Okay, so you can do other stuff, which is thermodynamic design, even orthodontics. So the one that you put on you go to the dentist, you put it in your mouth, but those come in discrete form. You can't design in a continuous manner. So you have deal with those domain-specific issues. Aerodynamics of car, aerodynamics of wings, and then cantilever structures. For example, nonlinear cantilever structures that are used in space. So something that's non-periodic, so to speak. It's being formulated that way. So this is just animation. So the general idea is that we have been doing surrogate, building surrogate as, why is it called a surrogate? It's a statistical model that is replacing the original, very computationally expensive or very expensive to generate data points. Such that if let's say one data point is 1 hour, it takes 1.16 years to generate 10,000 data points. Let me move on to a particular work that I have with Honda. This was a couple of years back. So this is the initial design. Every one run of this is the fluid dynamics modeling. It takes about an hour for chip model. Expanding model can take one data point is 1 month. So we've developed all kinds of algorithms, genetic algorithms, CMAES, another kind of evolutionary algorithms. And then this is one that is on surrogate. You can see these are the different optimal solutions. And then the saving is around slightly more than 50% cost saving. I'll move on. So move on to also Honda problem. These are Rolls-Royce problems. One blade CFD is 6 hours just to model one simulation. And then for one full engine CFD is 14 days on a 700 node parallel computer. So these are the kind of problem that we tackle with. Now, how about a situation where you deal with problems with no data in the target domain? This is what we do. We leverage data from related problems. So if I'm trying to design aerodynamic profile of the wings, we will look at past design. They may not be exactly the same, but because they are fluid dynamics problem, there will be similarities in terms of physics. So how do we then leverage all this different data? So for example, different turbine blades of different generation of engines and aerodynamics of car, even molecules. And we do a lot of transfer learning, a lot of transfer optimization. And there are many, many questions that we have dealt with. You can use, for example, lower fidelity simulation data to augment high fidelity simulation data. There are 1D simulation, 2D simulation. Bear in mind that 1D, 2D, 3D doesn't mean there's two-dimensional problems also. It's to consider the physics. You consider physics, you consider the velocity, you consider the temperature. This is 1D, 2D, and so on. More from the physics context. So we do a lot of transfer optimization. Now, let me showcase, these are the important ones, okay? These are the things that the folks in the ecosystem in Singapore are doing. So my job is to showcase what they are doing to you. So for example, we have folks from NUS working together with NTU as well as A-Star. Kedar is over here working on active learning, where they have evolutionary guided Bayesian optimization on their self-driving platform itself. So because evolutionary methods give you a lot more global stochastic search. Bayesian optimization, even though it's stochastic, is generally still narrow in terms of the funnel that is searching. And then in the area of computational chemistry, I don't have to look at my mouse. Okay. So we also have folks in NTU, Xiaotong, who's working on AI for scientific discovery, particularly materials of sustainability. And he has a lab, they're also working on AI-assisted design, automated synthesis, AI-enhanced analysis, as well as sustainable applications. Just to showcase some of these different works. And then you have also folks in A-Star working in the area of automation platform. So they are looking in the area of catalyst search using generative AI. So you map the catalyst space itself to the latent space and try to identify new kind of materials as well. So there are folks working, quite a number of folks working in the material space, both in NUS and NTU A-Star. And then you have groups in these are A-Star working on RNA drug discovery. So basically, they use RNA, they view RNA and RNA foundation model to try to map the sequence, the RNA sequence to structures, to the 3D molecular structures of this respective RNA. So that by knowing all these structures, you can then find what are the drugs, suitable drugs that will bind to it. So you can do a targeted drug discovery. I'll leave that to Sebastian to describe more later on. He's the expert in this area. Okay, so other works is graph neural networks. Xavier is here, so he's the expert in graph neural networks. So there are folks working on graph neural networks as well. You know, because many of all these, especially molecular structures, there's a lot of graph structures inside. There's a lot of information. So the expert is there. I'll leave it to him to talk about this. But just to show you what the ecosystem doing. And then you have Yong, which is at NTU working in the area of data centers. So trying to do decarbonization in data centers. They are also using methods like PIMS. I'll touch on PIMS later. So they are, when you have small data, you use physics to augment. When you have some data, you use probably a bit of physics. When you have big data, there's no need for physics if the data is accurate enough. So that's the general idea. So I mentioned PIMS, right, which is physics-informed neural net. The general idea of physics-informed neural net is because it makes it interpretable. And one of the problems with deep learning and generative model is that it's black box. It's non-interpretable, and often after you search, it led to unrealistic design because there's no constraint to ensure that it leads to something that nature has. Because the physics is not conform. When you combine physics together with data by augmenting it with physics-informed laws or in the form of constraint, you make it interpretable. It maintains convergence to realistic design that exists in reality, in nature itself. And then you can use it to do generative design and what-if analysis. But of course, when you do it in this way, PIMS itself brings about its own challenges. That's why there's a new area of PIMS, which you have Chen and Qin, which are grouped in I3C and A-Star. We're working on this. Last but not least, I'll just show a work that I have recently with Honda. So I still have a project with Honda in Europe, Honda Research Institute in Europe, where we have a prompt to define what kind of design we want. So you can specify the prompt visually. That's to say, you provide an image or you provide a text prompt. It generates the 3D model, the 3D vision model, and then generate candidate designs that conforms to physics. So let me show you a demo. Does it come with sound?
It might be very echoey.
Because there's sound for this.
Are built upon two LLM models, GPT 3.5 and Strong 7B. In the GPT 3.5 group, ChatGPT
Cannot hear.
GPT 3.5 model, while others are generated through retrieval augmented generation from
Okay, yeah, off the sound. Yeah. So basically, you interact with text. You could pass it an image as well. If it's an image, it turns from a 2D image into a 3D model, 3D virtual model. Or it could be a text that uses the 3D model, a foundation 3D model that generates certain model. And that model then passes through a physics compliant model. The physics that we're looking at is not your virtual model that you see in the digital world. It's a physics that you want it to be high precision such that when you sit on the chair, it doesn't break. So when you design a car, it conforms to physics that can be used physically. That's the kind of high precision physics that we are looking at. Great. So is it? Is it over? Has it gone to showing the design?
No. You drag it, you're going the wrong way.
You're going the wrong way?
Drag it to the right. Drag it to the right.
Okay, let me see.
Yeah.
No, this is a whole video for something else.
Oh.
Yeah, let me just. Okay, how do I control? I lose control of.
AI.
Where am I?
You want to go in your side?
Okay, let me try this. So you enter a prompt. Let me speed it up so you can see. So a fast car in the shape of wings, it generates a sample of populations. So based on that, it basically uses a foundation model, the vision foundation model, to generate different car designs in the 3D model world. So it's text to 3D. Of course, I'm speeding it up. It won't be so fast in the real world. So I get 5 designs. And if you look at the design, so this is a real physics looking at the aerodynamics performance of it. So this is the wind drag. So it's drag versus lift. So you can see, interact with it and see the model, the 3D structure. And then you can select, you can see what's the prompt that's been used. You can see different design, different shapes. So currently, for example, I'm working with them to put in more constraints saying that, you know, we want a car that can take in 4 people, different number of people and so on. And then this basically helps to speed up the search itself. And human can then interact, designer can then interact with it via prompt. So the difficulty lies in putting in the physics because the simulation of all this model is very expensive. So we basically also use PIMs. We have another one that uses PIMs inside. Okay, I think due to time, I have to stop. I cannot take up so much time. Okay, thanks. Let me just end with this. So this is a nice paper you are interested. There are big promises for AI. It tells you you can use surrogate model, you can use AI for prediction, use AI as a navigator, use AI as a controller. And with that, thank you. Okay.
Okay. May I invite the next speaker, Xavier Bresson? He's an associate professor of computer science in NUS. So in the meantime, just in case you're wondering, based on what Yewsoon and myself have presented, what's so special about the AI techniques, especially those learning with less data? For many of you, I think humans are very good at optimizing, say, in 1 dimension, at most 2. But interestingly, the AI can provide recommendations in high-dimensional problems, things that you can't really see, right? So that's why it's so powerful.
Bryan, I think you need to speak, but otherwise the spillover is kind of.
It's okay. Just for the audience.
If you want to go,
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Bryan, for the introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Xavier Bresson. Thank you very much for the invitation to the workshop today. My presentation will be composed of 2 parts. The first one will be basically a presentation of my research, graph neural networks. And then I received some questions I should try to answer during the presentation. So this is what I'm trying to do in the second part, AI for Science workshop. So I was trained as a physicist, and then for different reasons, I ended up computer scientist. So I do a lot of machine learning. I'm not an expert in biology. I'm not an expert in genomics or medicine. So I develop machine learning techniques, and then I try to find experts where I can apply these techniques. I developed a technique that, so when deep learning came, I didn't know anything about it. But I knew a lot about graph theory, and I knew that there was no convolution on graph. So I started to develop techniques that were able to do convolutional neural networks on graph. Okay, and these techniques, so it developed, and now we call this new set of tools graph neural networks. So NRF was very generous. They gave me some money to develop this project. And then I was also very lucky because at the beginning, when I started doing this project, all my papers were rejected, all my grants were rejected. But there was Yann LeCun. So Yann LeCun is one of the inventors of deep learning. He said, "Oh, I know you are working on that. Let me help you. I will push you to do some tutorials at the top AI conferences." So we did that with Yann and also with Michael Ting from Oxford. And then basically people knew about this technique, and they developed also their own tools. So yeah, so we try also to develop new. So again, my research is basically theory, trying to improve because any technique has some limitations. So we try to improve over the year, basically the limitation of graph neural network. And the other part is basically doing applications because, I mean, in academia, the data set are not really interesting. So what are really interesting is to go to work with people in real world applications and try to move forward. Okay, so this is what we did with Joshua Bengio. This is related to molecular science. I'm going to talk about this. And more recently with Jan LeCun, we tried to improve LLMs like ChatGPT, decreasing the hallucination part. Okay, and of course, I'm also very interesting. So I think we know that deep learning is a black box, but it's important to try to understand what is inside the black box. So we don't have the tools, the mathematical tools today to understand what is inside. So we need to develop them. And each time we are able to get more insights, we are able to improve the techniques. So this is also something very interesting. Yeah. Okay, so as I said, so we started with deep learning. If you look at deep learning, the revolution comes from computer vision. Basically, the domain is a grid. You put your pixels colors on the grid, and then you are able to get convolutional neural networks. For language is also it is a sequence of words. So a sequence is a kind of very easy structure. So the question was, how can we do beyond that? How, imagine you have relationships, complex relationships between data points. I still want to use deep learning, of course, because deep learning is basically feature learning, very powerful feature learning. I did my PhD on not feature learning, handcrafted feature. It never worked. But when I started working on feature learning, then suddenly everything worked very well. Okay, so deep learning, the base is representation learning, is feature learning. But we didn't know how to do that on graph, basically. But the question is, the interest is, there are many graphs. Okay, so usually people say, oh, there is no graph. But when I say, oh, what are you working on? And then they told me there is a relationship between my data point. And I say, haha, there is actually a graph over there. Okay, so when you start looking at a relationship between data, you have a graph, basically. It's not obvious, but this is over there. So when you start looking at a graph, so one of my mentors, he told me that you're going to see them everywhere. and it's true. So this is Zhang from MIT. So social networks, brain connectivity, 3D mesh, transportation network, of course, drugs. So everything can be represented mathematically in abstraction sense by a graph. Okay. So I told you that it was hard at the beginning, but now I think GNN is part of the toolbox of deep learning. It's one of the top, actually, topic in research in the machine learning conferences. GNN is now also used in industry. So, for example, Amazon, they develop Neptune, which is a system. This is the Amazon standard way to do this. So we just put your data there, and you would get a model to predict, right? So they wanted to do the same if you have like databases with relationships. So they develop Amazon Neptune LM, which is basically graph neural network. And then you have many case studies. So of course, at the beginning, when we started developing this technique, each time I have an interview with someone, people say, oh, what are the case studies? So now I can list, a long list of case studies, chip design, sync reasoning, recommendation, fake news detection, finance, and so on and so on. Okay. So one topic of this workshop is about science. So here, what I'm going to use is molecular science. Okay. So this is something that I'm not an expert again, but I developed tools. And one very interesting application of graph neural network is to generate new graphs, right? So graphs are very complex objects. They are like combinatorial objects. The space of possible graph is huge, right? This is very, very huge. So the question is, can we find a representation of this space of valid molecules with basically vectors, right? So if we are able to do that, if we have vectors, then we can manipulate molecules with vectors, and we can create new molecules with new properties. Okay, so you want to linearize the problem. This is what would you like to do with graph neural network. So one thing which is very important, and maybe I'm going to go back to that for the grand challenge, is something, if you want to know the physics of your molecule, you want to compute the DFT, right? So at the beginning, you have Schrödinger equation. The Schrödinger equations, is not scalable, so you need to compute DFT. to know the property of your energy property of your molecules. Okay, so DFT is nice, but it's costly. It's cubic complexity basically. So if you use neural network and you leverage a training set, then you can reduce the complexity to linear complexity with respect to the number of atoms. So it's very, very fast. You go from hours to seconds. So this is very huge. But you need a training set, and this is not actually generalizable. Then the next thing that we did is basically, so we developed a technique a long time ago, 2017, to do a variational autoencoder for graph molecules. Okay, so it works well. Then people used the new generating technique, which is GAN, generative adversarial network. Okay, and then more recently there is the new toy, which is diffusion model. Okay, but everything is basically generation of graphs. And we can use that basically. So if you have, a protein, you would like maybe to have molecules that is going to dock to band very strongly. So you need to generate some of these molecules. So that would be interesting in this regard. Okay. Another application, of course, is to design new drugs. Okay. So in this first model here, what happened is that people develop actually. So they have some kind of prediction using graph neural network to say, oh, this molecule is good or bad. So for example, related to antibiotic properties. And then by doing that, basically they were able to identify in existing drug repository of molecules, they were able to find actually a very good one, something that actually was used for a very different objective. So this is a drug discovery. Of course, the one which is very interesting is the protein folding. So the technique that is used is actually what we call a graph transformer. Okay, so transformer, remember, this is only for sequences. What happens if suddenly you have relationships between all your amino acids? Okay, so this way you need a graph. And we use for that a graph transformer, which is a technique I developed. And then what we can do, we can also do, of course, foundation model for proteins. So each time you have your protein, you have also a description of your protein. Okay, a language description of your protein. So you learn a joint probability between the description of the molecule, the protein, and also the 3D structure. So you can prompt a text, say, oh, I want to create this new protein with this symmetry and this property. And this way, the system is able to generate a new protein. Okay, so it doesn't mean the protein is good, you can synthesize, but it's the idea of foundation model. It's really preliminary, but yeah, this is what it is. So again, when I'm trying to do, I'm not a biologist, but we try to develop this technique. So we have some benchmark data set. They are as good as they are. And basically we are trying to develop the best techniques for this data set. So of course, each year you have like experts trying to add a new data set, and then we test again, the stuff. So what we did is basically last January, we have a workshop at UCLA where we invited all the basically the people who develop the techniques, and we have all the videos available online. So it's a very good workshop. So if you want to know what is the state of the art and all the details, you can watch the videos. Okay, so that was the first part. So that was my what I developed, the research. Now I'm trying to answer the questions I was asked in email. So AI for molecular science. It's going to be a lot of my opinion. It doesn't mean it's true. Okay, so I think AI it's really just a tool. Okay, so of course the objective would be the AI would be like a human, and we'll be able to develop questions and all this kind of stuff. I don't think we are at this moment today. Okay, today AI, I'm sorry to say that, but it's just a mapping. You got the X is your question. You got F, which is the algorithm, and then you get the output Y. This is what AI is able to do very, very well, by the way. But that's the best we can do. The X, which is basically, can you ask a new question? We don't know how to produce the X, right? So it's one thing. So it's a new tool, like it would be telescope and microscope, but it's a powerful tool. So for example, for computer vision, we introduce AlexNet, and for NLP, we introduce an NLP transformer. These two tools are basic. They revolutionized the field. Okay, everybody that was doing something else had to stop and do something with these new tools. So it's very a shift paradigm. Okay, I think for biology,
related to AlphaFold, it's basically a new era as well. Okay, so biology now is in the digital age. Exactly. So what it means that eventually we'll have some programmable software for biology, like any AI system. There will be no difference. So following the success of, but maybe I'm sorry, there is one slide So yeah, of course we talk about AlphaFold. Okay, and again, this is the big success in AI for science, for sure, right? So this is that was the technique was released in 2021 in Science. That was a breakthrough of the year. So what are the key factors of the success of AlphaFold? Okay, and we know that these factors are actually common to any machine learning technique. Okay, so the factors are basically we have a technique to learn the representation of the input data. Okay, this technique is transformer, more precisely it's graph transformer. It's very expressive, and it can basically use a lot of parameters. So it's what we need when we design a network. The second thing, we need computational power. Okay, so DeepMind before was subsidized of Google. Now they merged recently. If you know why, I would be very happy to know. But they merged recently, and basically they have access to thousands of GPUs. So the first AlphaFold used 128 GPUs. The second one they didn't say. So it's at least one order of magnitude higher. So it's a lot of GPUs. You need a lot of GPUs if you want to change the architecture or all this kind of stuff. For the data set, this is where I was surprised. Actually, the data set is very small. Relatively small for machine learning and deep learning. It was, it's only 170K per day. So this is the bottleneck, we know that. But what they did was very smart. Basically, they did a data augmentation using genetic-based database. And there was then suddenly millions of data. So this is the success, right? It's a standard success story in machine learning. You have data, network, and GPU. And yeah, again, it is also what happened in computer vision, in NLP, blah, blah, blah. So following the success of AlphaFold, what happened is, so that was also my question this morning with Professor Zhang. He's not there. Okay. So now they are able to produce, basically all human proteins. But the question is, my question for you was, okay, you can simulate, right? There is no problem with that. How good is the quality? But anyway, so what happened is that, so there was I look at a recent talk by Demis Hassabis, so he's the CEO of DeepMind, and basically he said that, so this is a slide from his presentation. He said that, oh, now they can use that, they're starting using that, okay, for example, for plastic pollution, antibiotic, malaria, drug delivery. So people are, and it's true, people are using this, these proteins to do something like new application, which is great, right? So there is also emergence of startups related to AI plus molecular science. So for example, of course, so what happened when they developed AlphaFold, the idea, they created a spin-off, which is called Isomorphic Lab, where Demis Hassabis is also the CEO, and they want basically to leverage this for biology. There are other companies. So, for example, the one I know is my colleague Cho from NYU. So he's a professor. He's a big expert in NLP. He did the original transformer attention paper with Joshua Bengio, and basically, so he applied this technique now for protein and drug discovery. So his company was acquired by Roche, probably around $100 million. There is also Michael Bronstein is part of AI. So there are many companies now trying to push this idea of digital biology. So what I would like to say is, in my mind, at least, it's not clear how this technique can speed up, drug development and drug discovery. Yes, we have these new tools, but yeah, I'm not sure. So that's why I say that probably we are just at the beginning of this field, the digital biology. And this makes also several opportunities for Singapore, because it's very the beginning, right? So even if There is many companies, startup, DeepMind working on that. It's not really clear how you leverage, because probably you need a lot of expertise from biologists and the people who are not computer scientists like me. So this is where you need to find some potential development. The bottleneck today is not math, is not GPU, it's the quality of your data. Okay, so this is really the bottleneck. So for example, if we take ChatGPT, the first version that we know the numbers, the number of tokens is 300 billion. Okay, so they scrape internet, English language, and they have 3 billion tokens, so 3 billion words, if you want, okay? And because you have so much data, they can also build a very large network, okay? And the large network is, I'm sorry, the large network is 175 billion parameters, okay? So this is the number of parameters you can adjust. So this is really huge. And basically, this is a breakthrough language. And again, this is standard machine learning 101, okay? So for biology, it's different. So the number of available RNA, so I tried to look at before coming, different papers. It looks like, but I'm not an expert, it looks like around 50,000 RNA data. This is, so it's at least an order of magnitude less than for the protein. And I told you for the protein that it doesn't work if you only use 170,000. You need to do some kind of data augmentation. So it's not really clear actually how you can reproduce the breakthrough of protein to RNA, okay? Because of the data, basically it's missing, right? And again, I think what I say is very obvious, but data is not the GPU. I mean, if you have money, you can get GPU. It's not the math, it's really the data, okay? So how do we get good data for the application we want to do? And I think now when I look at grant proposal, I always see people say, oh, I want $500,000 for my GPU, but they never talk about the data. So we should invest actually a lot of money. If you say I want to spend $1 million for the GPU, spend $1 million also for the data, collecting the data, cleaning the data, making the data very well. Okay, so this is missing, I think, and especially in biology, right? There's so much time and money to do that. So talking about the data, I'm focusing on the data. So what Singapore has some data. So I was aware of this Singapore National Precision Medicine, and the idea was to collect, for example, genomes, okay, from the Singapore population. And it's not like 1 or 2 genomes. Actually, the idea is to collect up to 1 million genomes. So that would be fantastic, because one genome is basically 3 million tokens. 3 million of base pairs of nucleotides, right? So the number of tokens, the number of data you have is 10 to the power 15. If you look at ChatGPT, it's 10 to the power 11. So you have 4 orders of magnitude more. So this is like incredible, right? If we want tomorrow to say that, oh, what would be the task where we have a lot of data and we can start, for example, predicting the genome, then we can also relate probably RNA and protein with the dataset that exists. So that would be something with the data we have. So that would be interesting. The competitor is the UK Biobank. It has 500,000 human genome. So another opportunity, I think, is in material science. So it's not an area which is as popular in AI than molecular science, okay? And this is nice because it means there are lower hanging fruits, right? So, for example, I think if I would do one grand challenge here is to do DFT, is to learn DFT for different conditions, okay? Because if you can do that, DFT is used for everything. If you want to produce new molecules for material, for biology, DFT is the main evaluator in some sense. But it's very, very slow. It takes hours, basically. So, and it doesn't scale well because it's n cube and n is the number of atoms. Something nice also, so I was discussing with Professor Ting. So there is no human trials, So when we want to develop a new drug, I don't think the issue is going to be the time for simulation. The issue would be the human trial, right? So there are different phases. I think he mentioned like five phases. And he said, basically, if you go to phase 3, this is where you're going to have a large population. And if you fail there, basically it's money and time. So here we don't have any human trial to do. So this is also very nice. And there is also the presence of Kostya. So I started working a little bit with this team. And that's probably also very well for Singapore. Okay, now I want to finish the last slide with the bad news. So the limitation of AI. So yes, foundation models, they are a breakthrough in AI for language. I was very surprised, So they are able basically to memorize internet. Okay, and you can talk with it, right? You can chat with it, you can prompt it. So this is very impressive. But this is also very limited. Okay. So first of all, what it's able to do is to learn what we call the distribution of language. Okay, so language can be seen as a data distribution. It has a lot of statistical patterns, and is able to learn that. Okay, so that's really impressive. But that's it. It stopped there. Okay, what it means that it has no reasoning capacity, at least not more than that I would call a first order. So it's basically you look at the context and you answer the question. So that's it. This is the only thing you can do today. And because of course, I mean, we don't know how to train a thinking machine or a machine that can make action, that can make planning. We don't know how to do that today. I mean, what we do is, I think, is unsuccessful. Something else, which I think we should be very aware, is that they are making critical mistakes, and they are also making lies. Okay, so they call as hallucination. It's a nice term. They are making lies. Okay, so when you say, for example, oh, I want this summary of these documents. If the document is not important, if this reporter is fine. If the document is medicine, you don't want any mistakes. You don't want any lies. Okay, so how can you guarantee that? Today we don't know. Okay, it's part of the problem. And for example, the best example is Google. So Google, they were a bit scared when OpenAI had ChatGPT. Basically, they said, oh, let's put DeepMind and Google Brain together. And let's do Gemini. And then after 1 week of launch, they stop it because it's making a lot of mistakes and hallucination. And this is Google. This is not like any company. This is probably the best engineering company in the world. Okay, so it doesn't work all the time. And when it doesn't work, it's doing very bad mistakes. Okay, so it is going to be the same for science. Okay, so when we use this idea of foundation model, the technique is going also to hallucinate, is going to make mistakes. It's part of the training. So we need to solve this if we want to be able to move on. And of course, something very important is about something related to ethical and safe deployment of the system. And again, we don't know well how to do that. Okay, so what Google is doing now is that, if there is racism, I'm just going to look at the image and I'm going just to put some bad weights on this image. Okay, but they don't know how to fundamentally solve these problems. So yeah, thank you so much for your attention.
So may I invite Qianxiao to come up? He's an assistant professor in the Department of Math in NUS. He's a PI at the Institute for Functional Intelligent Materials as well.
First of all, thank you very much to the organizers for inviting me here today. So my name is Qianxiao Li from the Department of Mathematics and also Institute for Functional Intelligent Materials. So I'll start by a very quick introduction of myself. So I'm trained as a applied mathematician, and I started working on topics related to AI in the theoretical domain. So I was trying to understand why deep learning works, and in particular, why is it different from shallow learning, right? So, and then I discovered that the deep aspect of a lot of this modern models has something to do with a very old problem in mathematics is the study of dynamical systems. If you think about how features flow through a network, it's very much like how a fluid flows through a tap. All right, so things are changing, and to understand how this change affects the end result is something that's very interesting from mathematical view. As I try to go into this connection, I realized the reverse connection is also very useful to us. A lot of natural phenomena are described by dynamical processes, and as we collect more and more data from these processes, the natural question is, can we use data-driven or AI methods to try to infer some models of this dynamical process, for understanding, for analysis, and perhaps more ambitiously for control of these systems. So this is how I started working with our colleagues in material science and engineering, and we work on how to extract information about dynamical systems from data. So as I go into this, AI for science area from a mathematician viewpoint, I do reflect sometimes on what are the underlying mathematical questions that are of interest, let's say from a theoretical or algorithmic point of view, right? And in particular, how are they different from the sort of problems we encounter in classical machine learning or AI applications such as image recognition and language processing. So today I'm not going to talk too much about my work in particular, but I'm going to talk about some of these issues I discovered along the way, each of which I have personally experienced in a specific application. So if you find any particular question interesting, I will have details to share with you exactly what the problem is and perhaps some partial solutions we have to these problems. Okay, so I think Xavier has did a very good job of summarizing what AI is doing today, which is the first figure. It's really, if you think about it, is predicting some output from some input, right? So if you look at in any classical experimental or computational platform, you have some inputs, for example, the structure or the composition of a molecular atomic system, and the output you want is probably some property of this material, right? So it's melting point. And what AI is doing right now is to, in some sense, to replace part or whole or do some transformations of this relationship. So I want to first talk about some specific ways where AI, from an algorithm viewpoint, what is it doing to this process? So very simply, kind of the first thing you can do is to partially replace this process. Perhaps the most difficult part of the experiment, whether it's a real life or on a computer, can be accelerated or replaced by an AI surrogate model. So this is not something that's new. It's years we have been doing this for some time. Or you can think of more ambitiously, have a lot of data of inputs and outputs. What you can also do is to entirely replace the ring. Okay, so for example, given your atomic configuration, you can just directly predict what the ground state energy is. That's pretty much a lot of very interesting work in this area has to do. But this is not all. Very often in applications, we will kind of want to solve the inverse problem. So for example, I have a lot of data that tells me what is the property of a material given its structure. What I want to do really is the opposite. If I want to give you some property, I want to achieve. Can you design some structure that will achieve it? So in some sense, we're reversing the input and output. And this really relates to a lot of problems computationally, for example, optimization, inverse problems, and parameter inverse. Okay, and finally, these are all on the single model level, but you can also think of AI doing something amongst models of different scales. So for example, can I use a machine learning or data-driven approach to take a very large model, let's say microscopic molecular simulations, and distill some physical laws from it at some much lower dimensions? Or if I only observe a very partial observation of a system, can I reconstruct or infer some macroscopic properties of the system? So it goes both ways. Okay, so the big question I think it was very interesting is from a mathematical viewpoint, or maybe more precisely from an algorithmic theoretical viewpoint, what is really new in this endeavor when it comes to AI for science? So the addition of data-driven AI methods to science is certainly new, and I'm sure the audience here have experienced that. But what about for AI or machine learning methods itself? What is new in this arena? Okay, and here I want to talk about a few things that I think is new. So for classical AI applications, when I say classical AI applications, I mean loosely in the sense that what you have seen, that has achieved the most success. For example, image classification or other processing tasks, natural language generation. So a lot of times, this data, they have used for training, they are collected offline. So, for example, the well-known ImageNet, which is used as a model to train a lot of image models, they are just a collection of images, photographs of natural objects that are already taken way before, let's say, the vision transformer is invented. So in other words, this learning algorithms or architecture does not and really need not often guide the data generation process. Okay. However, for AI in science, for science, this data generation and learning of these models are often concurrent. Okay, so for example, as you try to train a model to accurately simulate a molecular system, you have to think of where your data set comes from. There are some existing data, let's say from density functional theory calculations, very often you're going to have to perform some calculations yourself. And what data to generate and to label using your traditional DFT solvers is crucial in achieving the good performance. So in this case, you can think of this problem as both a limitation and an opportunity, because you get to choose. Okay, you get to choose as a person building the machine learning models what data to generate. So you are sort of the person with the camera for ImageNet, and you're ready to take maybe not so many photos, but the right photos. Okay, so in other words, from an algorithmic viewpoint, there's a greater need to couple learning and data generation together, and this requires some definitely greater role of adaptive sampling or active learning. But of course, there are other techniques that should also be developed. Okay, so this is the first thing. The next thing I think is rather interesting as well is that there's often a distribution mismatch or shift problem in the actual science problem. So, for example, if you think about image, let's say facial recognition, where you're unlocking your phone, right? So the training image are human faces, and the goal is to unlock, correctly classify the label to these images. And at test time, when you look at your phone, that's exactly the same task. Okay, hopefully the same distribution. But for scientific applications, this is very often not the case. So let me give you some examples. The first example is, I already mentioned something. Suppose you want to train a forward model of predicting a material's property from its composition. But very often, the reason why you train this is not to predict properties of new materials, but rather you want to build a certain material of this property. So in other words, you are training a forward prediction model from X to Y, but what you really want is to infer X from Y. Okay, and mathematically, these two are very different problems because the forward prediction problems, training supervised learning, they are only accurate on average. Okay, but usually inverse design problem, you are not looking at a particular average behavior, where you want to build a material that's harder than any other ones. So therefore, the instances where you need your models to be accurate are not typical. And this, you can think of it as the testing distribution and training distribution being different. The other one, for example, is that you train a model on temporal data that are transient, short trajectories you can do in experiments or in simulations. But what you really want is to look at long-time behavior of certain systems, for example, detecting some coherent structures in turbulent flow. So this is, again, another mismatch, right? So your testing situation could be over timescales at which you cannot cover during your training time. Now, how do you correct for that bias? And finally, again, in molecular dynamics simulations, your data is usually coming from DFT, which tells you the force given the molecular configuration. But what you really need is that this force will integrate an equation of the motion that will be correct after some time. Now, these two things are again not equal. So this points to additional problems. How do you regularize or reweight your training data set, for example, or regularize your learning algorithm so that you can have greater guarantee, or at least greater performance with this data distribution shifts under this controlled but non-trivial set. Okay. And the next one sort of stems from the previous one. So AI in science applications often involve, and this is a particular area that I'm interested in, involves dynamical phenomena. It means something that evolves in time. Okay, so examples is molecular dynamics, but in scientific computing, in pins, for example, a lot of times you're dealing with evolution, partial differential equations, things that evolve in time. And also there's other mesoscopic dynamical systems that are also of interest in a lot of fields. So what's special about these systems that evolve in time? When interfacing with AI or data science, a key issue is actually stability. So suppose that you have your model that is accurate over short terms, or in a static sense, means immediate next step prediction. Then it is not true in mathematics, as a general principle, that you will be correct in the long term. In fact, you have situations where asymptotically, as you increase the number of samples, you could have a perfectly unbiased model if you predict only one step. But if you iterate this many steps, no matter how small your error is, you will explode exponentially fast. So therefore, this concept is known in mathematics as stability. So a unbiased model or consistent model is not enough to induce convergent behavior if you do not have stability. So the question here is that how do you build or enforce this notion of stability in your data-driven physical models that evolve in time, so that you can control not only the instantaneous prediction errors, but prediction errors over a long trajectory. So this involves, from a mathematical viewpoint, this is a very new problem in numerical analysis. And how do you define notion of stability for these data-driven models of dynamical systems? And then, of course, how do you stabilize them? You either using, control strategies or other training strategies. Okay, and finally, I think in some sense, this is one of the most important questions, and it's been mentioned many times by other colleagues spoken today, is that so here I'm using this very crudely in the sense that unlike, for example, image recognition, certainly not all class AI applications and no theory, but very often there's very little that is known about, for example, the theoretical structures of natural images or human language. But we have a host of theoretical knowledge, not just knowledge, but frameworks of how this physical systems behave, at least for the situations that we understand with. So how do you integrate these knowledge into AI model building? There are many options. For example, you could use them as constraints. You can use them to regularize your model, or you can just build your model ground up, respecting all of this physical laws. Okay, so that is one sort of opportunity. But at the same time, it also gives you a greater challenge, because since there is a lot of theoretical framework present, we have a greater ask when it comes to AI science, in that how do you extract, let's say from your predictive model, how do you extract knowledge from these models? And not only extract knowledge, but expand our theoretical understanding, hopefully, using this data-driven methods. For example, clearly, Lagrange has built on the work of Newton, and Einstein has built work on both of them in the study of mechanics. But in AI model building now, we're sort of building everything on its own. So a lab will be building a Newtonian model, another lab will be building an Einstein model, and they pretty much use each other as a benchmark, but not to develop one from another. So what's lacking here, as Prof Wong said earlier, I think is a right language to describe these models and what you learn from them, and hopefully the relationship between them. And I think this is where a mathematical framework is very important, because it's, in essence, mathematics is not a study of numbers, it's a study of relationship between objects that are seemingly not related. Okay, so, and for example, in all mathematical disciplines, the understanding is that if you can describe the relationship between each pairs of objects, then you essentially have characterized the object. So that's in fact all you need to do, is to make sense in a concrete way of the relationship between objects. So if you replace these objects by learning machine learning data-driven models of different scales, of phenomena of different complexity, how do you link them and develop them maybe from the ground up, or reduce them from the top down in a systematic way? I think this is where we need a serious attempts from both from machine learning, data science, and also from mathematics. Okay, so I want to say that really the reverse direction is also very, very important. So AI for science, I think, poses a very rich source of new problems for the development of AI theory and algorithms, and ultimately also apply mathematics in general. So that's what excites me. And if you have any interest in any of the things I talked about, I have some details to share with you offline. So thank you, and
Hi. So we're going to have Sebastian, right? He's the EDE of the Bioinformatics Institute.
Thank you very much. Thanks to the organizers. I'm happy to see also several familiar faces in the wider audience. And I think we are short on time. And I will, of course, try to be as fast as possible, but as focused as possible to why we're here today. I think maybe just 2 words for background. I'm director of a Bioinformatics Institute. So we have 120 bioinformaticians that typically work on AI for science. Not the science of AI, we have other institutes doing that, but we work on biomedical data. This could be sequences, 3D structures, images, and clinical data. And I want to, for this purpose, now highlight what I think could be grand challenges and moonshots that one could be doing in this area. And I use some example areas that we have been working on, first using standard machine learning, support vector machines, random forest, move to deep learning, convolution neural networks, graph neural networks, and now, of course, doing foundational models, protein language model, RNA language models. But let's go to the application of the endpoint. Where do we want to go? So if you look up here, you see, during the pandemic, a lot of new things and a lot of new experiences of technology have brought breakthroughs. There was also global virus surveillance, and the mRNA vaccines appeared in the picture. And I would think many AI applications are important in this field. Thinking of, let's say, a grand challenge here is really to use AI effectively to respond to a new disease X faster. And new disease X faster means not just, let's say, AlphaFold structure modeling, but it includes the problems we saw that happened in the pandemic, global logistics, where we suddenly didn't have access to ingredients. So a lot of things, robotics, automation, there are a lot of AI applications. So we should formulate and prepare ourselves, learning from the pandemic, how we can use AI to improve, to react to new disease X faster. Then if you go here to the right-hand side, a lot of our colleagues are working on advancing enzymes, designing new enzymes. This could be to produce new flavors, new fragrances, or also new drugs. So a big problem in society that we are seeing, we are becoming more successful in treating patients. We have expensive new treatments that cost hundreds of thousands per year for one patient. So I think a very suitable grand challenge in this area, using technologies that are here, optimizing, for example, antibody productions, one of the expensive drugs, would be to use AI to make drugs cheaper, produce drugs cheaper. This is a societal problem I think we all face. There are also the more mundane problems of society, like product safety, consumer care, but also the exciting new areas that also NIF colleagues here, like Stefan, are involved, novel food, novel proteins. One problem that we also need to tackle here is safety of this. And we have been working with SFA, EFSA, and also FDA on methods for allergenicity prediction of proteins that also help consumer care companies assessing when they want to add a new plant to a shampoo. But the more general problem that we should think of is what have we done as humans in society over the last few years? Introduced so many new ingredients into our daily life, small molecules, chemicals. We do not have the safety data for these. It's not just creating a new product per se, understanding how we are exposing ourselves in our modern lifestyle. So these are, I think, grand challenges that we need to tackle. So the grand challenge here, in my opinion, would be how can we help look at safety of what we produce and are exposed to in our daily life. And the last one in this side here is also what was already mentioned by my previous colleagues, precision medicine. We are in the age where we can sequence the genomes of people relatively fast. We have difficulty in interpreting it. We're looking forward that foundational models also from whole genomes will be reality, but sometimes we need to settle with simpler tasks. Look just at some of the SNPs, at the changes. Don't understand the whole genome in the first place. However, there is a big aspect here, and looking at a grand challenge for Singapore with the data available through PRECISE is how can we look at Asian biology? How can we look at diseases that are more prevalent in our region here and that are not covered elsewhere? So there is a lot of development work possible in this field. And we have an asset in Singapore through the precision medicine program that we can also tackle that. I want to give another example for the clinical data. This is part of an IFPP Apollo program across the ecosystem. So there you see a lot of the logos down here, many of our colleagues working together. And this is about creating AI-powered life-saving apps for coronary heart disease. And there are two examples shown here, for example, measuring calcium score, epicardial adipose tissue. So this is not the grand challenge that I'm thinking of here. The grand challenge in this slide is how do we get these things into the clinic, not just convincing the doctors, but convincing the regulators. So I would say a grand challenge here is, can we have AI that is acceptable more readily by regulators? And I know there are colleagues working on this, also the ethics of AI, and I think it's a very important field that AI for science needs so that we are able to translate using AI for science for the greater good. And this is something that lies very close to our heart, and it was also mentioned by the previous colleagues. We have all these nice programs, all these nice initiatives. They are generating a lot of data, sometimes molecular, cellular, sometimes clinical, sometimes lifestyle data. And but the limiting factor here is the accessibility. How can we access the data? How can, in order for us to use AI, we need to overcome several of the hurdles of sharing the data, of having the data in the right format. So the grand challenge here, I would say, is not to target the AI per se, but for enabling AI for science, we need a system that allows AI scientists to access and learn from data in an organized way. And this doesn't mean create necessarily one platform. Our health clusters have also, everyone has their own approaches. So why not make sure we can connect and are interoperable between different systems? So become a national hive that then AI scientists can work on. Through that, we will be able to make breakthroughs. I also wanted to, beyond, let's say, grand moonshot suggestions, deep dive a bit into the problem of drug discovery. In drug discovery, you go through these different stages. First, you need to identify the target. Need to validate the target. So that means what kind of mechanism in the body causes the disease. This is a bottleneck still for all drug development. Then there is working on finding the drug for it and then proving in clinical trials that it works. So we've identified here the traditional methods, key challenges, and where AI can help in these different steps. So for this part of the target identification, again, for Singapore as a grand challenge, I would suggest to look at the Asian biology. And the kind of data that we can use here is not just a large model that takes in clinical data or starts with the whole genome and the label is a clinical phenotype, but rather look at intermediate steps. We have a lot of spatial omics data, single cell data. There was a Nature paper organizing a foundational model from 100,000 different single cell type expression data. And from all of this, you are very much closer to a system that you can also validate. So I think looking at Singapore patient cohorts, molecular cellular data with AI is one of the key elements here. In this part, this is where you already have a target and you need to find a drug to hit that. There are a few areas that are new that could be targeted. We're also working already on, let's say, RNA folding as an example. But this is a very crowded field internationally. Companies are doing that. We don't always need to rebuild what other people are doing. So I think if you want to leap forward here in Singapore, we should also look at the future. And this is not just moving from machine learning to deep learning to foundational models. It's also looking at classical hybrid quantum computing. So I think there is potential here with very good developments in Singapore, where we can try these methods, finding a new drug for a target using a hybrid classical quantum approach as a challenge. And last but not least, this was also mentioned by Xavier's discussion with Daniel earlier. So in phase 2 and 3 clinical trials, this is when you go first at a small population and then at the large population. This is where the most expensive failures occur. In fact, only 1 of 10 drugs that reach this stage go through, and the cost of failure is in the range of $1 billion US dollars. So, and what are the reasons for these failures in late stage? This is mostly about efficacy, more than 50%. Efficacy means that the mechanism was not well understood, or there's heterogeneity in the population that we don't understand. And another 30%, the reason for failures in late stage clinical trials is toxicity. And there was a smart guy called Paracelsus 500 years ago who said that the dosage makes the poison. And this sums up the reason for the failures in phase 2 and phase 3 clinical trials. We do not get the right dose to the right place. And there are aspects where understanding pharmacokinetics, pharmacodynamics, the bioavailability, the processing in the body of the drugs is not well understood. But there are already deterministic, well-fitting models. So AI is only partially used here. Using our data available here, again, in an Asian context, would potentially allow us to make more breakthroughs. So I think this is worthwhile economically to look into. We can make more reliable candidate predictions for pharma companies. And I also want to conclude here with my list of suggestions for our grand challenges. Thank you.
Can I invite all the speakers to come up to the front and share each? We have a short time, maybe 5 minutes for panel discussion. So I've prepared a set of questions that you can take a look behind. If you don't like it, we can take questions from the floor.
Can you move forward? Correct.
No, I would suggest give audience a chance. So if there's no one that's asking, then we'll come to all these questions.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Thank you. Sumei from ISA SQR again. Thanks very much for the very interesting sharing. My question first to my colleague, Yewsoon, because it's very easy to relate. I mean, the use case you share with Honda. My question is more also related to the question as I asked in the morning. You know, after you build the model, right? Of course, you know, during the model building, there is a lot of interaction with the domain expert from Honda side. But my question is more related to the post-discovery part. You know, after you have come up with the design and also endorsed by the, you know, by Honda, by the company, then the next step will be the design specification so that you are able to put it into the manufacturing process, right? So in that process itself, there is a lot of details at the different granularity level. So I would like to hear some insight on this, please. Thanks.
I guess, you know, in design, they divide into conceptual design, preliminary design, then detailed design. Most of all this work is at the early stage, conceptual design, preliminary design. The detailed design is usually the actual design has already been found, and they are basically trying to manufacture it. Those are different sets of problems.
Could AI be, I believe AI can be tapped in again, right, to speed up the process?
They usually divide it into different, because manufacturing constraints is very different. And let me just share this. For example, Rolls-Royce. Rolls-Royce engines have 18,000 over components in it. Any change to one of the components, you need just an FTA kind of approval that takes years to be done. So any changes to anything inside, it's a long process.
Exactly, the question also related to, I think, Xavier, that now maybe because of AI, we are able to speed up the, you know, the protein discovery or even the drug discovery, so that we are able to reduce the human trial. But are we able to get rid of that at all? Right?
It's also my question. So it's
with all progress that been done in technique for accelerating molecular science, for me it's not clear that is something that translates into pharmaceutical companies. And the question is, if we are able to, if we are able to develop some good prediction model for this particular task, how much we can reduce the time? Is it, yeah, exactly. Is it 5%? Is it 30%? So it's not really, I think it's the beginning, right? So for sure, if you can, what is AI? AI is automatization of cognitive tasks. So if you are able to do that for some tasks inside different places, that would be beneficial. But today, I think it's exploration, right? We don't really know. Yeah, this is the discussion we are having. Thank you.
Maybe I want to add to this. There are still problems with that. So the speed of, for example, so there are reviews where, let's say, out of 7 attempts, 5 AI developed drugs were faster by 1 to 3 years, which is not bad. So that part seems to work. But there is a problem. From about 25 AI-enabled drugs that are currently in clinical trials, the top runners, the first 3, failed in phase 2 and phase 3 clinical trials. So it comes back to the reasons why do they fail. And it's because they are not yet realistic enough, but also the classically designed drugs are not realistic enough. So they didn't overcome the problem. But this is where we argue AI can help. But I also want to highlight one thing, that there are also prices for that. It's not just reducing human clinical trials, but also animal studies. So FDA is trying to replace some of the animal studies with cell lines. And this there's also progress there. But everything we do here is still, let's say, it's a grand challenge to really replace the old human system with a digital one.
Yeah, so maybe you can ask first. So maybe just 2 more questions at a time, right? Yeah, thanks.
Okay, so just now 2 speakers, Professor Huang and Professor Li, right, mentioned the PINN. So I have a question regarding this one. So although PINN is now quite popular and it can solve several problems, many researchers also said that PINN failed to solve their own problems. Okay, so one of the main critics is that although it is called PI neural network, they said it is mainly a network rather than neural. That means they use a network as a local, as a global basis. Okay, however, there is no neural. That means nothing is learned in this process. So, for example, to solve a PDE, partial differential equation, we can just use local basis, such as finite element method to solve it. This is exactly similar to use a neural network, PINN, to solve it. So the only difference is that one is local basis, the other is global basis. So I know how do you comment on this critique?
So maybe I can start with some technical answers, and then I'll give my opinion. So first of all, using machine learning or rather using neural network-based surrogates, as basis functions to solve equations. It's not just pins; it's other approaches as well. In general, you can think of what is neural network good for. I think what we know now is that it is quite efficient to approximate functions in high dimension. Okay, so we know traditional basis functions, the number that you need usually increases exponentially in dimension. But because neural networks are adaptive, the features are learned from the tasks, then we have some theoretical understanding that they are usually better for approximating certain functions in high dimensions. Okay, so as you quite rightly said, right? So if you consider problems of 2 or 3 dimensions or 1 dimension even, classical methods like finite element or finite volume or the spectral methods might do really well. But I think the things are, they just not just things, but neural network-based solvers may be good for problems of higher dimensions, irregular geometries, and these are the questions that traditional solvers can't really deal with easily. Okay, so that's the first question. Just comment. second comment is of course, from a numerical analysis point of view, pins are doing a residual minimization problem in a strong set. So you should be looking for strong solutions. And then as a mathematician, we learn some basic analysis. We know that that is not the only way to solve it, but sometimes you don't want that because you're taking manipulations. So in short, I think what pin has really one advantage is that it is a very generic way of solving a large variety of equations. Whether you have a fluid dynamics equation, solid mechanics, or something in finance, you can use the same software package and the same platform to try to solve them. So I think it's very accessible, and that is a tremendous advantage to get more people using your tools. And I think it's something that we all can learn from in terms of algorithm development, is that we want to make it easy for people to use. For non-experts, for example, working in industrial lab, we have never taken a single class on partial differential equations. You're not going to be able to implement some of the state-of-the-art solvers, but you can simply git clone something and start using them, and maybe then you learn about how to adapt it to your problem. So I think there's inherent value in doing that, and it's something that we definitely should do more. That's it. Last question.
I am Xavier from Mhaishalkar. So I have, as most of you have done wonderful presentation, I want to have two questions, mainly to understand, say, the presentation is mainly covered on AI for scientific discovery. So how do you justify that scientific discovery is unique? Because, for example, property to structure mapping, if you do, it can happen to have multiple solutions, or it can be in mathematically, if you say it's an imposed problem. Okay, so how do you justify it's unique? That's one. Another is, how do you validate? One of the presentation is DFT is computationally expensive. Most of them try to validate by DFT. Is there any alternative way of doing? And what is the success rate in most of your case? Because I worked with Tony and Danny, one of the inverse problem, where we found the success rate of discovery is below 50%. That is what,
And most of it is directed at what I mentioned. So maybe from the statutory point of view, it really depends on what problem you're doing. So 50% can be very high for some problems and very low for others. So of course, that means having a good baseline is really important. And the first part about, again, like this statutory usually increases, as in our experience, when you put more prior knowledge into what you're trying to do here, right? So if you blindly use a forward model and just train a forward model, and then hopefully can do the inverse problem, mathematically can prove that that's definitely not the case. These two distributions are totally different, right? And if you counter examples where your forward model is 100% accurate and the inverse model is 0%. Okay, so definitely we need to know more about the system to improve it. Now about the uniqueness, I think the picture I put is a caricature of what is really happening, right? So a lot of problems, in the most general case, you can think of X and Y as both random variables. And Y is not a function of X, but output is not a function of input, but a conditional distribution, depending on input. I think that gives you a more flexibility. So uniqueness is usually not something you want to strive for. Like for example, for design problems, you don't want uniqueness, right? ChatGPT is not doesn't give you unique output. Otherwise, everyone will get the same recommendation letters. So
in molecule representation, like SMILES, they say it's not unique. So input representation. So whatever you do, finally the sequence you represent may not be unique for if you try to do inverse. That's what.
It should not be unique. I don't know why. I currently do not have a good argument to say that it should be unique in the first place. I mean, it is not unique, and I don't think it should be.
Maybe one comment. So machine learning has benchmark data sets. So this is good and bad. This is good because I didn't, establish the data set myself. So I don't cheat in some sense. I just take existing data set and I see the performance on this data set. So it's a field which is really driven by data sets in some sense. So we know if you are doing good or bad. So for example, for ImageNet, we know exactly the percentage. We know also for CAS, for example, we know exactly the percentage. So, so this is good because we have exactly the accuracy. this is bad because after some years, we say that we overfit the data set. So we don't learn anything more from the data set. And then this is the time we need to move on to a new data set. But in machine learning, everything is driven by benchmarks.
So adding to the point about uniqueness, I don't think we need to be unique like what Qianxiao has mentioned. And if it is not unique, this is where human preference comes in, domain knowledge comes in, to look at which one is actually preferred. For example, some may focus on shorter length, for example, for molecules.
I think to add to that, if you look at ChatGPT, you want it to be unique means that you want to have zero hallucination, right? But in creative kind of environment, you want hallucination because you want to have diversity of solutions. So for example, the work that we do at Honda, they have a lot of papers on creative design. So the key aim is they want to end up with cars that are different, so to speak. So that's the difference. Right?
Okay, time's up. Next session.
Thanks.
Thank you, and Prof. Low. Can I invite Professor Markus to moderate the next session?
Do you need your slides to start?
Slides would be good, yes, because I don't remember it. No machine learning in my head.
Gotta get
Keep it short. We are already 1 hour late. Is that, I think this is roughly right. Okay.
Yeah, roughly.
But I have to say, I've been enjoying the whole event very much.
Oh, okay. Yes.
All right. If you need the list of speakers, then yes.
Okay, list of speakers, good. So, hello everyone. So this is the part where we will talk a little bit about finance, fintech, and climate science. I live in the building, level 5, and so I got this request to moderate this, and I thought, okay, what best to do than just get ChatGPT to do the work for me, okay? And so what I was thinking was that basically what are the key area in finance? So so this just spans the space, and I just read the bold-faced words. Okay, there's algorithmic trading, fraud detection, credit scoring, risk management, personalized banking, regularity compliance, wealth management, and robo-advisors. In all these areas, AI models are used, and I'm sure there are people here in Singapore who contribute in one of these areas or actually using the stuff. I suppose most of the stuff is done by banks and are not publicly available anyway in the finance sector. When we go to the climate science, here it's climate modeling, prediction, disaster prediction and management, monitoring environmental changes, so there's a lot of data coming here. Energy efficiency, this is classic, this crosses over to engineering. Renewable energy management, this is also electrical engineering, smart grids, and so on, and carbon capture and storage. And then here, geoscience, environmental stuff. And again, I'm sure, and I know for certain that there are already people here in Singapore working on some of these areas. The question now is, of course, so what's the future of AI? Now, this was produced by one of our gifted artistic program members, okay? And you can, of course, see all these different domains. And one of the things that we've heard earlier, and some other aspects, is that these large language models, okay, they give you, they are sometimes hallucinating, right? So the question is, in some areas that doesn't, there's not so much of a problem. If you want to do science, hallucination is not so good, right? So how can you get this
how can you, on the one hand, benefit from these large language models, and on the other hand, get rid of this hallucination. So, as far as for me the future is concerned, you have, of course, the subsymbolic methods and the large language models. The LLMs are part of it, but also other methods, and they basically take the data, do something with it, and spit it out. And then, of course, old-fashioned AI was concerned with symbolic, with reasoning, description logic, and so on. Okay, and that in fact that led at some point to an AI winter, because it was clear you expert systems are only restricted to so much. Okay, but the question is, can we not just get the best of both worlds and on the one hand use the reasoning to make sure that the hallucination is not there, and on the other hand use this enormous power of this data to get the benefit from the large language models. I think these are just a few points. I again went back to GPT and asked, so what GPT has to say about the future of AI. So GPT is of the opinion that there is still an advancement in deep learning, so maybe better architecture. This whole explainable AI, and we see this in the transformer models with the different weights. We may be able to say something about a bit like sensitivity analysis in classical mathematics. Then, of course, we saw earlier that there are AI models of different sizes. This will be important for distributed AI application, in particular edge computing, maybe for the climate space, very important. And of course, we also saw one contribution that talked about federated learning. Federation will be one very, very important aspect as far as I'm concerned. And of course, if you want to then use any of these methods in the health domain, then you would probably have to look at privacy preserving AI questions. Okay. I just wanted to also, for the discussion later, just come up with a few keywords that may, or just a few topics, and you may ignore it, but just for the sake of mentioning it. So in my view, one of the key risks that we are facing if we just use Gemini and ChatGPT and so on is that we are basically getting addicted to a drug that we don't have access to. Okay, which is something that is controlled by other people. And although it's so, I've used GPT to help me with this talk. It is so easy, and there is I cannot resist it on the one hand. On the other hand, I also know if whatever I cannot, at some point, GPT may say 3.5 is not free anymore. We stop the service, and you have to subscribe, and it will cost you only $1,000 a week. And and then what do I do then if I don't have that money? Okay. So this is a point that there's also access control, dependency on single providers, data privacy, security concerns, bias and fairness, innovation, competition, regulatory changes, ethical issues. All these things very important, and whatever we do next step, maybe we should have that in mind. Okay. Then the next thing, which makes it even worse to use GPT, is so from a mathematical point of view, you could ask a question. Okay, so say you have two large language models. Okay, they're almost they're identical, except for a small epsilon. Okay, just a little bit. Okay, and then you start using both of them. What would happen in terms of their performance over time? And what is, in my view, so there is evidence that there will be a divergence. So in other words, GPT is unbeatable in future, okay, unless there is something that is sort of completely different. coming along. Okay, and that may well be the case, but it is extremely important to understand that if you use GPT with every user making it better. Okay, and that means that even if you have your own foundational model and Singapore gets their large language model, and France and England and the Turing Institute produces a large language, it will never be. They will never have a chance to even catch up. So, and this is a problem, and we should maybe also think about it. So before the Singapore government makes a decision to take ChatGPT and base the whole economy and the health system on this beautiful and powerful tool, they may think, okay, do we really want to be fully dependent on it? And so these were, I just gave now a whole load of thoughts. And I think now we have a number of experts talking about some aspects of the whole range I just spanned. And so maybe who's the next speaker? I'm not 100% sure. Yeah, Yewsoon Ho. Ah, yeah, okay. So it's up to you. Yeah, I'm a bit worried because I now seem to know almost everybody in this room, which maybe tells me I've been too long in Singapore. Right? Okay, good luck there.
Thank you so much for sticking around. We're an hour behind the schedule, but you're still here, so you have extra credit for that. My name is Zhang. I am leading the remote sensing lab at the Earth Observatory Singapore, also an associate professor of Asian School of the Environment and Electrical and Electronic Engineering at Nanyang Technological University, Singapore. I'm happy to have these opportunities to share my experience, perspective, and pain points. Also, I'd like to invite you all, an AI community in Singapore, to look at the problem and challenges and grand challenges and then the upcoming opportunities in space ecosystem. So I'm gonna bring you all. So we've been talking about protein structure and then human health and then car aerodynamics. Now I'm gonna bring you all to space. First, I'd like to, I'm going to use some metaphor related to this 10,000 hour rule. I'm sure you all heard about it, read about it. It's Malcolm Gladwell in his book Outliers, saying basically, if you spend 10,000 hours doing one thing, shedding blood, sweat, and tears, you become an expert. And a little closer to an outlier. Okay. And I'm going to talk about outlier as I see AI as an expert, trained experts, and how we can potentially harness the power of AI in combination with the power of physics in the right way. That's a grand challenge in this area. Also, the sheer volume of data you will see is also a challenge. In my group at NTU, we're mappers. We produce maps that show which buildings are damaged and where flooding is occurring. We use what is called synthetic aperture radar. How many of you have heard of SAR or synthetic aperture radar? Okay, thank you. Synthetic aperture radar is basically a high resolution imaging radar. You know, radar is a microwave signal originally developed and advanced a lot during the World War II to detect enemy ships and planes. Now we have come so far as to image the Earth's surface and know what's happening, even measure very fine scale change on the ground. So here you are seeing the map that shows flood extent. Oh, this is interesting. Okay, this is a flood map. And also you can measure ground deformation. I'll talk more about it. And then also produce a map that shows which buildings are damaged. This is after following the Nepal earthquake that killed almost 9,000 people. And we can also produce maps of the landslide extent and time progression of wildfires and chemical explosion in Beirut, Lebanon. And then as also, here, tropical cyclone damage in the Bahamas. And this is showing the volcanic eruption, pyroclastic flow in Indonesia. This all is possible because of the radar technology and satellite observations using radar. And radar penetrates clouds. So there's no cloud cover issues in radar images. To radar satellite's view, Earth's surface is always visible. It's boring. There's no atmospheric blockage. And also, radar is an active sensor, so it can image day and night. So it's very conducive to rapid disaster response support. And there's a full version of this presentation. I made a presentation at the United Nations Committee on the Peaceful Use of Outer Space a few weeks ago, so you can watch the full version there. Particularly the ammonium nitrate explosion in Lebanon was so quite severe damage, killing like 200 people. And then we used this radar satellite data for 30 minutes after the explosion. And then it drew a lot of media attention, including BBC News, New York Times, and Washington Post. And after that event, I received an email from FBI. First of all, I don't know why they were there in Lebanon, but maybe they were checking if the explosion was terrorist attack or some other reason. Anyway, they emailed me saying that, thank you for creating and sharing this map. Thanks to your map, we were able to discover severely damaged areas, several different areas that would otherwise not be discovered. So that was very nice gesture from FBI. That was first and last email that I received from them. I asked them, oh, can you describe more details? How did you use it? But there's no response. After Central Italy earthquake, a group of geotechnical engineers went out in the field and compared what they observed with geotechnical engineers' eyes, and they saw great correlation between our maps and their engineering observations. Published a paper and won the best award, paper award. Also, our map was praised by the former US President Barack Obama for the Central Italy earthquake response. Our map was featured in the cover page of Science magazine in February 2021. I'm just showing you how successful and potentially useful the maps were generating. And since I started collaborating with the Earth Observatory Singapore, and then I moved to Singapore, I'm here now, we supported a lot of events, disaster events, in focusing mostly on Southeast Asia, but also for large events elsewhere, we also supported. And one of the recent support, it's actually not recent, it's more than a year ago, but Turkey earthquake, we produced a map that covered 204,000 square kilometers, which is like 280 times the size of Singapore. And that map was used by the World Food Program as well as the Turkish government for response. It was very successful. You can see that our support was very meaningful. And now Singapore has this unique capability to utilize satellite radar data and produce maps for real disaster response. However, we have points. So during the Turkey earthquake response support, my team maxed out the NTU-wide HPC cluster. So during that weekend, nobody was able to log in. So computing resources, this is a real challenge. And storage, that's a real challenge that we are still trying to tackle. And I myself supported 200 major disaster events so far. And if you do the math, and 200 events, perhaps on average 50 hours, that's 10,000 hours. So I may be able to claim that I'm an expert in disaster response. So what do we use? We use radar data in a very specific way, what is called interferometry, or interferometric SAR or INSAR. So radar data, let me be geeky a little bit. Radar data is a complex number, two-dimensional array of complex number. So you have real part and imaginary part for amplitude and phase. So this is radar image of this volcano, it's Sierra Negra volcano Galapagos, or I call it my volcano, because that was my PhD study area. And this is before an eruption, SAR image, and after an eruption, time 1, time 2. And if you look at the phase, it's really just the white noise. There's no useful information until you interfere. Mathematically, you just multiply complex conjugate to the other image, and voila, you see features on the ground which delineates the lava flow due to the volcanic eruption. And then you see these fringe patterns that contains information of ground deformation. And this ground deformation is amazingly precise. You can measure centimeter or even millimeter of change movement from 600 kilometers away using this satellite data. So these SAR sensors are not just satellites carrying a radar camera, but it's actually amazing geodetic measurement tool. You can measure it with that sensitivity. But this sensitivity cannot be achieved with a single SAR image. This meaning shows up only when you combine the two images. And there's one challenge when we try to engage AI having to deal with a combinatorial problem. Moving on, so that's so that pattern shows the ground deformation. So this is what is called interferogram, and that shows the ground deformation that was caused by the Ridgecrest earthquake in 2019. So you can see this is like a contour line, but instead of representing topography, it shows how much the ground has moved either toward or away from the satellite. And this beautiful pattern shows where also the ground rupture is. And you can see in the middle here, there are noisy areas here. And we take that noise as our signal, like here. And that's how we make a damage map, or we call damage proxy map. And when we do that, we also have tried deep learning approach. This is a Caltech group. When I was at JPL, we engaged recurrent neural network. And if you imagine disaster events are an outlier by design because it's an unusual event. So it's difficult from that point, from AI's point of view. So what we do is we make a prediction. Basically, we Gaussianize and normalize our measurements, and we train the machine to predict each epoch until there's an event. This is an earthquake in Iran, and city showing damaged city in Iran, showing damaged building site here and a crop field. You can see by following the building is very stable over time, and it's showing the outlier. when we compare the epochs of the events, prediction, model prediction, and the observation, because observation is very different. So it's showing the anomaly. As opposed to crop field, you can see it's changing all the time. So that particular change is not statistically significant. So in that way, we mark and avoid producing false positives over cropland. Similar way, my current research fellow, Noel Ulloa, also produced flood extent map using convolutional LSTM. Again, we produce prediction on event states. It's a dry prediction, and compare that with a wet observation. So that way we can map out the flood extent. However, when we work on the foundation model, there's a challenge. The high quality mapping I just described needs pairing and interferometry, and that is challenging because just time series image versus pairing is a very different network. So how do we cope with that? In this particular case, RNN, we had to use a nearest neighbor pairing so that it looks like a time series. But there's still a challenge of how do we utilize the interferometric network. So here is the outlook of the space business. There are a lot of SAR, synthetic aperture radar satellites being launched since 1992 in civilian satellites that we can have access to or have reasonable access to. And x-axis here is a time, and y-axis is a latency of overpass, which means that when you think about the disaster response, the important parameter is that how long do you have to wait until you see the first radar satellite flying over you? So I calculated that. That's the gray line here. And these colored lines are all satellites, past, present, and future. You can see that more and more satellites are being launched. And these days, the expected wait time is only 3 hours. So that's where we are. We don't have excuse of lack of data. We have a problem of too much data. In fact, there's NISAR mission, NASA and Indian space agencies mission to be launched in April. I was part of the project science team at JPL when I was there. And that mission alone will start producing 85 terabytes of data every day. Every day, 85 terabytes data will be produced. So we're continuously battling to reduce the latency and produce the map as quickly as possible. So, and when I started working, the overpass latency was about a few days. However, the processing latency, it's a big image, radar image. When you process that, it takes a lot of time. Processing latency was like 26 days. And since then, for the past 16 years, I've been able to reduce that processing latency down to about 10 hours, like beating a few days of overpass latency. But now this latency became 3 hours. So the processing time became the largest latency again that we need to tackle. So to summarize, AI as an outlier because you train. These two sentences, these statements are quite boring statements generated by ChatGPT. But my original prompt was that today money can buy time, right? You can use money and buy GPU time and CPU time and do the 10,000-hour training faster and produce army of experts. That's where we are. However, you have to be careful how to properly harness the power of physics and power of AI in a proper way. We talked about soccer earlier, for example. You don't want to ask Lionel Messi to play basketball and expect a good result. That's very important. And let me iterate our challenges. The storage problem is still lingering. Just yesterday, my PhD student hit the quota again of the storage quota NTU. She's waiting for her quota to be increased. And model design, I would be very happy to talk to you, mathematician, AI specialist, talk about how we can tackle this problem together. I see a great potential, but we can't solve on our own, so I need your help. Latency, we have a high hope that once we solve this problem, latency problem, I'm sure will be solved because that's AI's strength. Thank you so much. If you have any questions, comments, please email me.
Yeah, if you have some questions, and I'm not sure, I'm not allowed.
We're gonna do questions
Later.
Yeah.
But I have to say, this was very inspirational. I also want to say that we as human, we deal with this problem all the time. If you see how much information you get into your eyes, and then you have to make sense of it, and it's real time, and you're able to act upon what you're saying, okay, then it means that these problems are solvable. It's clear it must be, because we solve it all the time. So we are still in weather and climate. So Dale, okay. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for hanging around. I'm going to spend 10 minutes, a few slides, just trying to set the scene in terms of weather and climate priorities, and also how AI can play a role. And it is already playing a role. It has done for several decades. So we'll maybe touch on that. But I'm not an AI scientist, and my background is data assimilation in meteorology. So I'm a statistician, mathematician, high-performance computer person. So bringing data together, masses of data that we have available in weather and climate to provide climate projections and weather forecasts. And I represent the director of the Centre for Climate Research, Singapore, which is part of the Met Service. So just to set the context, I mean, let's go right up to some of the global risks. The World Economic Forum is something that some of us look at partly because weather and climate comes up all the time as the top risks facing society on an annual or a decadal or a multi-decadal timescale. And so again, the latest 2024 report is out. As 2024, in the in-year, I think business leaders and governments, different things come along. Pandemics come along. It was at the top for 1 year, came from nowhere, disappeared again. It's nowhere to be seen as of this year. But the one thing that's been consistent over the past 10 years is that the environmental risks, the green on this, the green risks, extreme weather and climate change, are always up there as the big risks to global society. Interestingly enough, again, for this year, AI is up there now as a recognized risk. Number two, AI-generated misinformation and disinformation. So it's another motivation for showing this again at this meeting. It brings together weather and climate and AI, misinformation, disinformation as the top two risks. So it's a nice slide to show at this particular meeting. I always show it, but particularly for the AI this year. Okay, for that's this year. And they look at 2 years, they look at 10 years. And again, things tend to be a bit more robust on 10 years. Again, on the next 2 years, AI, misinformation, disinformation. But again, look at the 10 years. The point that's been fairly consistent for the past few years, environmental risks are usually 4 or 5 in the top 10 of the global risks facing society. AI sneaks in as number 5, and there's another one in there, anonymous. Yeah, again, AI is a technological risk related to AI. So weather, climate, AI are the top 6 risks out of the 10 for the World Economic Forum. So if that doesn't set the stage that this is an important application of AI, I don't think I can do a better job. Okay, so in terms of weather and climate, by the way, there are no economic risks in the top 10 for the World Economic Forum. Always surprises me. And yeah, it's all about the environment. It's all about the technological challenges that we face. So in terms of weather forecasting, I'll talk about climate change as well, that extreme weather. Again, what we call the quiet revolution, I don't know if it's something that happens over 70 years can be called a revolution, but it's been a remarkable success over the past 60 or 70 years, the improvements in our skill of forecasting the weather. Not particularly in this part of the world, I'll come back to that one. But globally, our 7-day forecast today is as good as a 1 or 2 day forecast was 40 years ago. So a day per decade is what we talk about in terms of the improvements of weather forecasting. Now, AI has been in there for decades. So when I started my career in the 90s, we used AI to retrieve integrated water vapor profiles from satellite-based radiometers. It was just a very nice way of taking a nonlinear inversion to retrieve a product that we could use in our weather forecast from spectral data. But this has been not just about the AI, of course. This has been about the physical models. We use the laws of physics, the Navier-Stokes equations, the thermodynamical equations. We're not going to throw them away necessarily. So it's about how can AI complement what we know in terms of our constraints about observations and our constraints about our knowledge of the workings of the atmosphere and the laws of physics. So again, big improvements over the past 2 years. And I will talk about the brain analogy and the eyes analogy. We talk a lot about our models, whether they be AI models. We can't do any of this without our eyes as well as our brains. If AI is the brain, we have to observe, we have to see what's happening, not just what's happened in the past to train our algorithms. It's to know what's happening today to predict for tomorrow. We can't do a weather prediction for tomorrow. No AI system is going to allow us to do that unless we have a fairly good idea what's happening right now outside the window. And so that's an important thing, the brain as well as the eyes, as well as the other things as well. Again, you probably can't see it, but just the first quiet revolution took 70 years. There's a massive revolution, I think, going on in weather prediction in particular, not so much in climate change, as I'll come to, but in terms of weather prediction, which is on the timescales of months, not decades. This is a really active area that most major weather centers around the world are dealing with. And this slide here is a similar slide. It's going over a couple of decades at the bottom here. The first message, again, you can see the improvements. The bit at the end here is you can see the blue at the top. Can't really see it here. The blue at the top here is the one of the new range of AI based. This is Pangu weather AI based model forecast. So emulating the entire forecast model and doing a better job than the world's #1 global weather prediction center, which is the European Weather Center. So again, this is changing on a month, and everybody's taking the field by storm. So again, a very good time to be looking at applications of AI in weather and climate. We've been doing it for years, but it's really taken up by orders of magnitude over the past 2 to 3 years. 2 to 3 years, excuse me. So the other thing that's happening is quite interesting. So we talked about the observations, we talked about the models, physical models or AI or hybrid models. The other thing that's really interesting is the hardware. And I heard earlier this week, Torsten Hoffler was talking about, we talk about data being the new oil. Actually, he pointed out a very good point. And actually, it's the supercomputers that are the supercomputing power is the new oil. If you look at the changing share price of Nvidia or Microsoft, are these ones, who's buying all the chips in the world? There's a global chip shortage. It's partly because the Googles, the Facebooks, etc., are buying all the chips, and Nvidia stocks are going through the roof. And it's because in weather, and well, not just because of weather and climate, but generally in weather and climate, data, a lot of data is free. So it's not oil if it's free, right? You can't make that much money. It's a very different, perhaps from health and other weather, data is not so free or easily exchangeable. For decades, there's been international exchange of data. We have to, because the weather here was in Malaysia yesterday, or in China or India 2 weeks ago. So, you know, we all depend on each other's data. We can't not share data. We can't get a forecast if we don't share data. That's been going on for decades, and we're talking about terabytes, often petabytes per day when it comes to phased array radars or some of the hyperspectral instruments that are flying around in low Earth orbit at the moment. So the HPC is crucial. And of course, weather and climate, we write climate projections, which if they're pumping out tons of CO2 because we're running some of the biggest supercomputers in the world, we're part of the problem, not the solution. We can't have climate projections that pump out CO2 because the supercomputers are requiring a new nuclear power station, gigawatts of energy just to produce the climate projections. Doesn't make sense. So for over a decade, this is before AI actually, there's been, because of the hardware, the end of Moore's law, the end of Dennard scaling, which was essentially plots per watt. We have to look at more energy efficient solutions. And if we're in a country like Singapore, we don't have renewable energy, so we can't just flip to a renewable tariff like they do in the UK or in Europe or some parts of the US. And they can just run their computers from renewable power. That's not a solution for Singapore. So we have to find more efficient, not yet, it's not in there. We can use energy grids, we can use better, more efficient codes, we can use more efficient chips. But for the foreseeable future, the computers that run in this part of the world will be based on fossil fuels. So there's a big drive from green computing, especially for climate. We've got to be part of the solution, not the problem. So combined with that, our models need updating, and AI came along sort of at the same time and said, okay, well, here's a way to really run your models much faster. Do you have lots of data? Well, yeah, we have petabytes of data every day. So again, it's a fantastic application for some of the AI techniques in weather prediction. New science comes out of it as well. This is just this is from a few years ago now, the European Weather Centre, their roadmap. And again, the various stages of weather prediction, I'll talk about climate shortly, observing what we see outside the window, data assimilation, which is where you combine the observations in a sort of Bayesian framework where you're trying to predict the probability of a particular state of the atmosphere based on the current information, which is the observations. That's essentially what Bayes' theorem is. And that's what data assimilation is based on. So fundamentally, some of the techniques used in AI, backpropagation, adjoints, cost functions, penalty functions, nonlinear transforms, humidorms, we've been using these for decades in data assimilation. So I think it's a really useful to bring the statisticians together, the mathematicians, the climate scientists, the data scientists, because this is data science. We've been doing it for decades, just calling it different things often. Numerical models, the prediction models, and also the post-processing. And you can't see them, but again, these are particular areas where AI can be applied in particular parts of the workflow. It's a very complicated workflow, codes are millions of lines. The systems need to run in 10, 15 minutes. So there's an efficiency algorithm too. If you can compress the data or you can run it in 15 minutes, there's no point in providing a one-day forecast if the model takes a week to run. So you have to run this very efficiently on large supercomputers and make the most of the efficient algorithms for data compression, for example. So, okay, what about Singapore? So you can see some of the phenomena that affect us in Singapore, similar to other parts of the world. I think another general point I want to make here is that often, and maybe it's like the insurance industry, where we're not so much interested in what happens on average, we're interested in the extremes. You know, these things don't happen every day, thank goodness. But it's often the extremes of the probability function that you're really interested in. And that, as we know, when you apply data or statistical, getting the extremes right is one of the hardest things because by definition, you don't have much data in those extremes. So the most interesting things, the most impactful things you want to know about are often the things that you have the least data for. There was one remnant of a tropical cyclone here in 2001. But if that 1 in 10,000 year event happens again, we've got no data. We have no clue. And especially in a changing climate. In a changing climate, our training data set is potentially useless. So this is where we get from the weather, which is where we can predict what happens tomorrow. And we can validate it. We can train our models because we've seen it happen before. And we can use years and years and years. We have 50, 60 years of data in current climate, what we can use to predict the weather for tomorrow. We have no data at all from the real world if the Greenland ice shelf melts completely, which is going to have catastrophic impacts on the world's climate. AI cannot directly help us. It can help us. It can help us with our models, ice sheets. It can help us at the hybrid where we combine the physical models to emulate particular processes that we do know. But in terms of the holistic, can AI replace physical models? Absolutely not, because we don't have any data of the future climate from the real world. By definition, it's the future. So we simulate, we use digital twins, but digital twins rely on models. And those models typically are built using our current knowledge. And again, so it has to be a combination of data science and our physical knowledge, especially for the climate application. Again, a couple of reports here. You may have seen that Singapore's third national climate projections, CCRS produced those that were launched by the Minister of Sustainability and Environment last month. There's data that's sitting on the computers somewhere within half a mile of here. It's about 8 to 9 petabytes of data. So the specific issue we're looking at the moment is, can we use novel data compression techniques to compress that data or to analyze that data? You know, we want researchers to use that data to answer some of the questions about climate change and potentially some of the impacts of climate change on, for example, we talked about health earlier. So bringing to this massive data together with the massive data sets that are potentially out there in the sectors of health or water resources. And there's no single equation that links the impact of extreme heat to heat stress on a body and the prevalence of heart attacks from that, or diseases, or whatever it might be. So again, it's multidisciplinary. And so again, this is data science, but it's cross-disciplinary. So urban heat, for example, in current climate, the number of heat stress days in Singapore, high heat stress is about 30. The projections from the business as usual in Singapore goes up to 300 days of high heat stress a year from the current 30. So there's extreme events become regular and huge impacts on Singaporeans in terms of the heat impact, if it's business as usual. So, yeah, so I think I don't want to talk for too long, but again, just in terms of the role of AI in this huge data, we need to extract the signal from the noise. We need to improve our models to make them more green, to have green compute. So again, it's an area where AI can play a whole variety of roles. I probably won't talk about this one too much, but again, in terms of, we've been trying to see this. This is not just specifically AI. You'll see AI here as one of the tools we have. But what we're looking at, visualizing here, is a national activity in weather and climate research in Singapore. So again, it's starting with the end users and the decisions that need to be made by you, by your organizations, by the government and others, the agencies, the aviation decisions that need to be made, the decisions about flooding, the decisions about health, about food security. And again, okay, we talked about the challenges and the hazards we have. But it comes down to the enablers. What do we need to make those kind of decisions? Well, we need the observations. We've heard about satellite data. We talk about radar. We talk about observations of stress-related illness. We talk about models. We talk about physical models. We talk about crop models. We talk about all kinds of models. We talk about the hardware. Most importantly at all, we talk about the fleshware. We've got the hardware, the software, and the people, which has got to underpin this all. And weather and climate science is, frankly, there aren't any courses in Singapore directly on climate science and meteorology. And so again, maybe and it's not particularly a sexy topic for students. We've tried. Meteorology is not popular. So maybe we have to go with where the strengths are. People are interested in AI, people are interested in data science. So maybe we have to let the machines do the work because the people don't want to. So again, another thought out there. It's very difficult to get meteorologists and climate science in this part of the world. Tropical urban climate is our niche. We need to understand the complexity, and AI can help us do that. We need to represent uncertainty, chaos theory. We need to, how does AI deal with chaos theory in a probabilistic sense when it comes to weather forecasting? Using AI for all of these areas. So again, this is a framework where we can hopefully put it all together, bringing the enablers in to do the research, to deliver the results, and the decision makers can act accordingly. So my last slide, there are a few applications in rainfall nowcasting calibration. The training data set, we have 8 to 9 petabytes of climate data there, so that may be potentially of use. It should be of use to those who are interested in analyzing this stuff for various impacts. Again, some few other ones I've mentioned here. I think international partnerships, I mentioned the AI climate. We don't have the training data, it's the future. And also the partnerships. I will point out the AI for numerical weather prediction. We are part of an international collaboration with the UK, Australia, US Air Force, and various others in terms of modeling. There's a new activity sparked off with the Alan Turing Institute and the Met Office in the UK, the AI for NWP program, which we're going to be building on to build up the links in AI and weather and climate in Singapore. So thank you for that.
Well, we just, in order to speed up a little, we just move on. Ke-Wei. I'm not sure my pronunciation is.
Ke-Wei, Huang Ke.
Hmm? You help me with this.
All right, we'll have Prof Huang Ke-Wei next from here.
I could have said it better. Okay.
Oh, yes.
Tuesday.
Tuesday, okay.
Hang on, we have to get slides up here.
Do you want to take a break and then we come back to this? Oh, yeah.
Okay, how about we take a 5 minutes? All right, 5-minute break, and come back and then we'll resume. Thank you, everybody. There's food outside, but it's okay.
Operations and for information systems. So the definition, the first bullet point is the definition about financial research, and that's generated by ChatGPT. So for the second and the third are from myself. So in most of the research under business school, there are several say reference disciplines, and most of them come from economics. So including finance, relatively finance compared to say especially management is more quantitative. So at business school, the research have say most are under say economics, and there are some are based on psychology and some are based on sociology. So in terms of research method, so for finance research, some are theory and some are empirical. So for theoretical modeling, it could be based on mathematics, and especially various kind of stochastic models and similar to physics or some of the engineering problems. And some of the finance models are based on game theories. And that's the theory part. And in terms of empirical research, actually empirical research I highlight is because I think it's the mainstream research method today. So most of the finance academic research is empirical research. So they are different from AI prediction models. So those are usually causal models. Usually there's some kind of regression model, especially time series regression model. And the researcher will try to identify the relationship between a variable X and how does the variable X may affect variable Y of interest. And one of the variables usually is like stock price, stock volatility, any financial crisis or transaction volumes. And there's another unique variable that's usually the main selling points of all of the finance research. So about 10, 20 years ago, there are also more research in behavioral finance, because in the past, most of the economics models assume the agents and decision making are super rational. So it's getting farther and away from the reality. So both in economics and in finance, there are more and more research. They do behavioral economics and also behavioral finance from different kind of research. And in finance, there are also small subsets of papers. They are about forecasting model. And that part is quite similar to AI, machine learning, data mining applications in other areas. So that's in terms of the research method, and that's the scientific part. So in terms of topics, I very quickly list the subfield. So finance is a very broad area. It's much more than just forecasting stock price or algorithm trading for stock prices. So that's the number one, and the asset pricing. So there are many other sub areas, for example, corporate finance, which is about the say company's capital structure, IPO, merger acquisitions, how all kinds of financial accounting issues, and also financial engineering. That's quite relevant to say physics, and about derivative pricing, all kinds of stochastic models, and the behavioral finance, international finance, personal finance, and then increasingly more important is the green finance just in the last 5-10 years. So that's in terms of the overview of finance research. Yeah. So in terms of how AI can be applied to help, say, finance research or even in business school research or economics research. So the number one is, say, before we have AI for maybe about 50 years, all of this kind of business school research, they based on only numerical data. So, but once we have the AI and the simple data mining and the text mining, especially text mining, so starting about 15, 20 years ago, more and more researchers, they started to use, say, simple text mining to extract information from documents, especially sentiments. Then they can create new variables from various kind of documents and conduct regression analysis and then find out new relationship between the, say, how the sentiment, market sentiment in news article, online forums, how can it affect different kind of financial variables of interest. That's still today, it's a very large area of research. And with the advance of generative AI, ChatGPT, so I expect probably soon we'll see even more this kind of research in the near future. So in terms of document source, it can be the annual report, earning conference call scripts, and news article, online forums, social media. There are numerous kind of analyst report over the internet or proprietary, and also central bank minutes. All of those are documents. And in the past, most of them has been analyzed in the academic literature, but usually the method is very, very simple from computer science or AI viewpoint. It's a simple, say, dictionary approach or topic modeling approach. So those are the area I expect there will be more and more research in the near future. And also the last bullet point, and of course, there could be more and more, say, research, they extract information from more complicated data types. For example, image, audio, video, social network, or other types of data in addition to text. So, how do you?
Yeah, mouse.
No, sorry. Okay.
Is that right?
No.
Nope.
Go back. Yes.
One back, one more?
No, this is correct. Yes. So the second large area to apply AI in say business school research, especially finance research, is in terms of method. So in AI machine learning, there's a relatively new area about machine learning and the causal inference. So for all of the traditional business school research, empirical research, it's already based on various kind of causal inference methods. And especially in recent years, there are more and more say research in business school is based on say identification strategy, the jargon in business school, and also be more precise is the difference in differences method, propensity score matching, instrumental variable approach, field experiment, and the regression discontinuity. And there's a group of researchers, they started to say combine machine learning into those kind of statistical methods to improve the identification strategy or say causal inference in social science research. And for myself, this is also one of my major research area. So for example, if there's a document, we can extract more control variable, and we can use all kinds of machine learning method to predict the counterfactual, which means the cases we don't see in the reality. Right? By comparing the observed data and the counterfactual data, we can identify the treatment effect of interest. So that's another large category, say using the machine learning and the AI method to improve the statistical analysis methods for social science. And the third category, I think many of the researchers already shared earlier today, is the physics-guided machine learning. So in finance, I think many also more or less mentioned, especially financial engineering, there are a lot of theories based on physics, especially derivative pricing. So those research potentially can be, say, advanced by the physics-guided machine learning. And then the other issue is in finance, both for professors, especially some of the more traditional finance professors, or for industry, say those banks. They don't really trust the black box machine learning model. So the adoption in both academia and those also in industry of the AI machine learning model is slow, relatively slow, because of the black box nature. So if we can have more research, they are physics guided machine learning models, then it can improve the explainability. And it will be those kind of method. I think the adoption will be more widely in both in the academic literature and also in the industry. So the fourth, I think, is relatively trivial. So the AI can automate a lot of the tasks. So yeah. Okay. So the last couple of slides, I try to brainstorm. So the sharing of my slides are a little bit different. So I follow the suggestions. I try to brainstorm what are the applications. Could be about AI, finance, and something else. Okay, so these are the my sharing, and but most of it I would say they are more like commercial applications, and probably closer to the finance side. The scientific research is value is more on the finance side. The number one is the healthcare plus insurance and finance. For example, all of the say predicting all kinds of disease, right? The risk that it can be contributing to the insurance company. And predicting the risk of medical malpractice insurance, fraud detection in healthcare billing, and telehealth, and AI forecasting. And the last three bullets are more about investment, right? If we can forecast the successful approval rate of any kind of drugs or medicine devices, that will be very useful for stock investment on those companies, right? Also, the R&D of those drugs or devices, it will affect the funds financing from venture capitalists if the company is a startup. And also the last bullet is the health information exchanges, because there's a privacy issue. So there's a potential we can use AI machine learning to preserve privacy and still sharing the data. So that's about this. And agricultural, also related to climate. There are several areas, and this I think has high potential for social science research. The number one is the if we can use AI to help farmers, then you can conduct research about say financial inclusions, because they can help the farmers to better understand how to improve productivity, and they will relate it to the loan approvals to those farmers. And it's financial inclusion is a hot topic in economics and finance. The second one is the green finance and sustainability. So if you are interested in, feel free to contact me. Myself doesn't do research on this area, but we have a lot of researchers affiliated with AIDF and NUS. They do research in this area, green finance and sustainability, and which highly related to the climate risk or the agricultural and so on. So the last one, I think, of course, the AI prediction about crop yield and so on is related to the insurance for those farmers or the investment of hedge fund. Okay, so that's about the agricultural. So the next one is the psychology. So with the help of AI, it can help the traditional psychology research, which is one of the mainstream research area in the school and also in behavioral finance. Because usually those research, they need to conduct some kind of experiment, maybe MBA students or students, they need to conduct survey, they need to ask them to answer some of the questions. So the AI can help to code those textual responses from survey or case study or interview more objectively, accurately, and more scalable at lower cost, right? So those are potential help for AI to do that kind of research. Generative AI can also help to improve those survey questions and create survey questions, right? And the cognitive modeling can also help to improve some of their research method. And the last slides for me, from the social science viewpoint, of course, there are a lot of research can be done about policy law plus AI, especially in finance, because there's still concerns about AI ethics and governance, especially in financial institutions, and also from the view of our main sponsor MAS, which is the central bank of Singapore. And also related to that is the transparency of the AI model, and also if something is wrong,
who's going to be accountable for the errors and mistakes, right? And also related to that is the AI privacy and the data protection, especially that's also critical in financial institutions, similar to in the healthcare context. And AI can be used to analyze patterns and venture capital investment. And also AI, I think the last one is a lot of people afraid of the AI, especially the generative AI and ChatGPT. So what is the effect of AI in the job displacement, right? That will be a very critical question for policy making and labor economics in the near future. Thank you. That's all of my sharing.
Thank you. I think I have been advised in order to accelerate the project that the program that we will have the panel session together with the last panel session, and we just carry on and push on and move towards the next part of the program. Okay, so
thank you. All right, folks, sorry, the discussion was very robust this morning, so we're going to move to the last session. We have an hour to finish, and we have 4 more speakers. So let's please be on time, and hopefully we have 15 minutes of discussion. I don't need my slides. 15 minutes of discussion at the end with Prof Subodh closing at the very end. So we'll keep it on target. So let me invite our speaker. You know, the best is for the last. I'm a material scientist and a little bit of a physicist. So we have a very strong program in materials and engineering here in Singapore. So let's leverage on that. We have stellar speakers coming up. So the first speaker in this session is Professor Jose Ignacio Latorre, who is actually the director of CQT. And there's a lot of exciting work going on in quantum computing, both hardware and software. So I'm very happy that he can join us today and present about his ideas on AI science.
Thank you. So thank you very much. Well, thank you very much. And my human intelligence says that I should be brief, so I will keep it brief. Right away, we go. What is a dream? That we have 2 paradigms for computing. We have the classical paradigm, and by paradigm, I mean the logic, not the implementation, okay? The logic, which is a classical paradigm. But we know that there is a different paradigm, which is quantum, where you have phenomena like superposition, where you have interference. You don't work with positive probabilities, you work with complex numbers that interfere. And both of them, quantum computing in particular, is very recent, and we don't really know how powerful it is and for which problems. So the dream is very easy to formulate. Why don't we add them up? What do we get out of them? Why don't we bring artificial intelligence as the ultimate result from classical computing to quantum computing, or vice versa, quantum computing to artificial intelligence? But as a matter of fact, although we have been working on that for years, very few positive results can be brought to the table. Okay, so my theme is to keep the hype down and to try to formulate the problems. So the first observation is that classical supercomputers and quantum computers have very different targets as of today. Classical computers can deal with a large amount of data, although there are not many problems that can benefit from the distribution into GPUs, CPUs, multi-node. This is not true. So that's why you can buy an internet without being afraid that your worst enemy has a supercomputer, because it doesn't matter that you have a supercomputer when it comes down to use to break cryptographic protocols. It's completely useless. It's not a problem you can distribute. It's an intense problem, not a problem of many data where every node does a small amount of computation and a lot of communication. This is not the case. There are others like quantum chemistry, and it doesn't help. Why? Because the states of matter are the 0 and the 1 can be superposed, but if you have 2, you have 4 combinations. If you have 3, you have 8, you have n.
degrees of freedom, you have 2 to the n classical elements. So quantum computer with n qubits is carrying the information of 2 to the n classical numbers. So you see, they are very different. On the other hand, quantum computers are small. We don't know how to make them big and be coherent for a long time. They lose their quantum properties. So they will be good in the first place to intense computation with the small data. Lo and behold, factoring is one of them. So it puts in jeopardy all the communications, our safe communications. So you see, they are very different, the two paradigms. So it's not trivial when you say, can we put them together? What do you mean by that? Because they are targeted at very different problems. They are not dealing with the same problem, the two of them. So I will try first to say how can we use artificial intelligence for quantum computation? So the diagram shows what would be a secret. So you go from left to right, you initialize states of matter. So every 0 means a logical 0. That means an ion, which is in the ground state. Okay, and then you take gates, which are physical action. There are magnetic fields, there are electric fields, there are actions, interaction between states that modify that state. So a quantum circuit is nothing but physics at work. Okay, they are happening all the time. And then hopefully in the very end, when I measure, I read out the result of a problem. Because we do not have many algorithms. One of the ideas that was proposed in the past was, let's take secrets which are generic, that they have a distributed architecture of gates, and we don't know the parameters of those gates, but we train them. So we use the paradigm of training. You may use supervised learning, you may use any of the preferred methods that we have, okay? So actually, what you are doing is you are taking a quantum computer, you are putting next to it a classical computer, and the classical computer is the boss, telling the quantum computer what to do in every cycle, and it reads out. So is the environment the quantum computer? You simply, the classical computer has the parameters, ask a question, you send to the QPU returns the number, and then I decide my next action. So the algorithm would be a genetic algorithm, regression, learning, any of the methods you prefer, and they combine in this particular way. These are called hybrid algorithms because they are mixing the two techniques. And the literature in the last 5 years is enormous. I have been tried so very many different things. Now, the problem with that is that you're hiding a deep problem. If you're attacking an anti-complete problem, that can't work. Okay, this is MP. So actually, where is the problem? You're passing the problem from the quantum to deciding what are the parameters you run on your quantum. So you're not solving, you're moving the problem from one place to the other. And it is now generally accepted that we don't have a solution for that. So there are less and less people hoping that this will be a paradigm to use quantum computers. Still, I should mention that this was the first, when it was first done by IBM in 2017 to compute a molecule, a simple molecule, it produced an enormous impact. It was, everybody perceived that as a step forward. As I said, this was perceived as a potential success. As a matter of fact, there was a little bit of cheating over there because the algorithm that they used was trained classically, and when it was classically trained, then they put it on the quantum computer and they got all numbers. If you only use data from the quantum computer and you do that, which is the plot below, you see that life is much more complicated. You have to try to learn with enormous errors, and this is very, very difficult. So this paradigm, which has been working for 5 years, probably will not be a solution. Okay, there are other things we are trying now, which are very clever, which is never encoded on qubits, the final result you want. We are trying to use the Hilbert space, We are trying to co-define the correlators of quantum states, what you want to read out. The other way around, can we use quantum for artificial intelligence? Or can we train LLM with a quantum computer? Well, the idea here is the opposite. So we have my ROM will be on a neural network, on a classical computer, but the weights, what are the weights? So I have a fitness function. I have to minimize something. Do I have a method, quantum mechanical method, genuine method, not classical logic, quantum logic? To do that, indeed, we have an algorithm, which is called Grover's algorithm. And that can minimize. So we have a mathematical theorem that says that using quantum logic, we can save the search of the state from n to a square root of n. And you know, the square root of a million is 1,000. So the number, of course, is really, really improved. This has not been pursued so far in detail because we are lacking at present the way to upload a lot of weights into a quantum computer. So we are missing still the size to do these things and the method to upload information. So this is a physical problem, not a logic problem. It's a physical. We don't know yet how in an efficient way and fast upload classical information into a quantum computer. Okay, we can do little toy models. That's the only thing we can do. But I hope that this will be one of the elements because we have a certified improvement in the algorithm. And the third challenge is implementation. So how do we do that? It's not easy, no? If you do a small thing like a hybrid algorithm, you do it with your laptop. So you simply can have a server that controls a quantum computer, you have your laptop, and you send your code, and everything is done in a machine. This is what we do typically nowadays. Yeah, or when you connect to IBM, when you connect to IonQ, when you connect to the providers of quantum computing, this is what you do. The next level is that you really have together nodes of supercomputer and a quantum computer. And the server simply sends the jobs and they're executed in parallel there. This is what we are now setting here in CQT at S4T. We are starting to set up this in March. And we will have this set up quantum computer, 2 nodes, and we will try hybrid algorithms up there. And the final challenge should be a supercomputer, but please see the problems. Every node will access a quantum computer. How many of them? Different categories. What is the latency? Because a quantum computer takes a second to do a computation. Is the supercomputing waiting for 1 second? The guy does something. Can we do that? The heat problems that we have are multiplying. How do we do that? How they communicate, how they pass information. So there is, again, as of today, there is not even a prototype anywhere, although there are people working in Japan, people working in Zurich, in Germany, people working and thinking. There is no idea of how we will do that. Okay, we are completely behind. Implementation is behind. So this is a summary of what I wanted to say. AI plus quantum is a dream that should be pursued. We are doing that. Okay. It was mentioned before on finance, but we have a team that works on Monte Carlo simulations. We do option pricing, the optimization of portfolios. These things we are working on those things. But the challenges are enormous. The algorithm should have a mathematically proven advantage. This is not true. We have very few cases. And second, we need to have an implementation. And this is, again, not at all trivial. Okay? So it's a long-term bet. It's not a short-term bet. Okay? And at stake, even if we are not better, quantum computers don't use as much energy as a classical computer. So I think that in the very long term, we will compute with quantum elements simply because of energy. That's it. Okay. Why do we use lasers to communicate? We used to call and electrons were going through the wire, you know, motion, friction, heat. And now we use lasers and optical cables. Why? Because it's a quantum state of matter. Okay, it's much more efficient. Okay, LEDs. we use that. Systematically, all our technology is moving towards elements of quantum mechanics, like coherent light, because they are much more efficient. So even if we don't compute faster, we will compute even more efficient. I think I've been within that. Thank you.
Thank you, stimulating really nice thought. Next is Jiong from the Department of Chemistry at NUS. Hand it over to you.
How about I just, you just present?
Okay, so I will talk about how to utilize AR to assist the material discovery and also to for the synthesis at atomic scale. So next slide. Yeah. So I'm a material scientist. Basically, our research interests lie in the atomic scale to design quantum materials to explore how the world work at atomic scale. In the meantime, to design atomic precise catalysis to transform the chemical reactions. So the major technique we use is the scanning atomic microscopy to achieve atomic scale imaging and characterization of materials. And so to design better and novel quantum materials for quantum technologies. Okay, can you put the next slide? So there are towards the future quantum technologies, basically our interest to design solid state materials that can be used as the basic building blocks like qubits to make the quantum computing. So along this way, there is several challenges in terms of how to make the good materials to serve as good qubits, how to fabricate them with atomic precise manner and to understand their property, how to do the on-chip integration in the future. So there we are primarily focused on the two materials design challenge and also how to fabricate them at atomic scale levels. I will show you one of the materials we have been working on over the last few years, the carbon-based quantum materials. This serves as a versatile platform to play with this for the design quantum properties. But how to encode the spin in the system, how to manipulate this property, this requires intelligent nanostructuring of carbon, basically boiled down to the size and the topology design of electrons in the systems.
Next slide. This is more for next one.
Yes. So basically, we can utilize our existing knowledge and you combine with the theory and expand data. This serves as the basis for materials property prediction. Then we can combine with the AR because the material design space is very huge. There are many possibilities to arrange the atoms at this atomic scale. So utilize AR, which can allow us to design the quantum materials. Okay. And so that we actually utilize these to achieve intelligent atomic robotic platform. Basically, SPM, has one of the power is to do the atom manipulation. But normal atom manipulation, you achieve atomic precision, a lack of efficiency. The many relying on the human operations. So our first object is to use AR to make the process automatic. So then from the training model, we can learn that how to better make these design materials so that make the system intelligent. So the model has some serves not only the robot, but has the scientist thinking for atomic fabrication of the quantum materials. So this AR-empowered SPM platform, they can go beyond making conventional carbon-based
quantum materials. We can encode in multiple spin with correlations, potentially serving multiple qubits platform. And also we can move beyond the carbon-based materials. For example, extend to the new quantum states of matter, like quantum antidotes, engineer the materials with atomic precision. So that's the AI assistant discovery in the quantum materials. And another challenge in the chemistry field is that how to design the solid catalyst materials that can transform chemical reaction in a more efficient manner. And also the exercise can be precise. It can reshape, transform the landscape of the chemical manufacturing in Singapore. So one of the materials we have discovered is atomic precision catalysis. But because there are huge space of the chemicals and the valuable products can make, for each compounds, you will need different kind of materials with different exercise. So that the combining of AR allow us to make better, efficient catalysis that provides a more sustainable, precise manufacturing platform. So our experience that integrates AR with materials that can accelerate the new generation material discovery and also allow us to achieve atomic level manufacturing of these advanced materials. So this enable realized intelligent atomic level manufacturing of quantum materials towards quantum technologies. And also this sustainable platform enable a sustainable chemical manufacturing for the future. Thanks. Yeah.
Thanks, Jiong. That's quite cool with the manipulation of the atoms. Our next speaker is Professor Antonio Castroneto. He's the co-director of the Institute of Functional Intelligent Materials. He's been thinking about this for quite a while. The idea of dynamic machine learning, stimuli response materials, and all of this stuff, even though his background is in physics, 3D materials. So, thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. So, no slides for me. I'm just going to talk about slides. As Kedar said, I'm co-director of the Institute for Functional Intelligent Materials, and the idea of this institute was essentially using AI and machine learning for material science. And this is what we do. This is what we do every day. And we have now this experience for 2 years. As you probably know, is a research center of excellence, so it's funded by the Minister of Education. And what I learned on this journey is that the situation we are now on AI is very similar to the situation of the semiconductor industry in the 1950s, where the actual revolution in semiconductor technology was not being done in the universities, it was done in the industry. Okay? So it's very nice that we are all academics here and doing great work, but the reality is that the industry is way ahead of us. Okay, so, and they will be for a long time. And we have to deal with that. That's the reality of what's going on right now. You probably, this was talked here before, you have seen what happened with NVIDIA, with the price of the stock of NVIDIA. So it went from $10 billion to $2 trillion very quickly, right? So even Intel looks like a startup compared to NVIDIA now. Okay, so to me, that means that you have to work with the industry. Okay, if you want to make fast progress, if you want to be part of the frontier in this, you have to work very close to industry, and we have been doing this. So we have been working both with TikTok and Shopee, okay, on development of algorithms to speed up traditional physics calculation methods. Okay, and in my field of expertise, there are two methods which are very powerful and they are used all over the world. One is density functional theory, and then the other one is molecular dynamic simulations. Okay, so this is the standard for calculating things with materials. So we have been able, using machine learning, to speed up calculations, for instance, in DFT by a factor of 1,000. Okay, so that means that, you know, a calculation of some structural properties of materials that would take a week, now we can do in a few hours. So in fact, we have a patent on that method, and we're working, spinning out a company in that area. Okay, so just to give you an idea where we're taking our journey, our road, right? And the same thing with TikTok. So we're working on them on molecular dynamic simulations, how to speed up molecular dynamic simulations for materials development. So essentially for us, AI is a tool, right? But it's like a hammer, but we don't see every problem as a nail. Okay, so obviously, for different problems, you have to use different tools. But going back to the NVIDIA story, I think that this was mentioned here before, and I think this is the biggest challenge for us, and is being driven by the progress in AI, which is energy. To me, this is the biggest issue, because AI will continue to evolve. Google will do way more than all of us together here, because they have so many resources. They can do so much, right? But they have to pay the price for the NVIDIA GPUs. And the price is very high. So I think for material scientists like me, the biggest challenge is how to work with, do computing at low energy cost, okay? And the basis for this issue of energy is something called the Shannon-Hartley limit. Some people say theorem. It's not a theorem. It's about the capacity of transmission lines, which also translate in the capacity of transmission of information inside of a computer. This is the biggest cost of energy in computation, is to transmit signals between different elements in the computer. And this was calculated by a man who was a genius and is not so well known, like Einstein or Newton, but he was at the same level, which was Shannon, that essentially he defined the capacity of transmission of information, and he set a limit for that, which depends on the signal-to-noise ratio, okay? So today, the way we do computation is that we put a lot of energy into the signal so the noise doesn't bother us. So we can do the computation without, you know, having the noise screwing up the computation, okay? But if we're going this direction of, you know, large scale with all these GPUs and so on, we need to work at very signal, power on the signal. So the question is that how do we deal with the noise aspect, right? So quantum computing is exactly one example where you can reduce the noise to a very low level by going to very low temperatures, for instance. But how do you do that at room temperature, right? Because if you are going cryogenic, you have to pay the price of taking the heat out. So we go back into the same cycle of energy consumption, right? So, and this is essentially a problem in material science. Okay, so how we use materials that can reduce the noise enough so that the signal-to-noise ratio is still large enough so we can hit the Shannon-Hartley limit for transmission of information. So I think this is going to be the biggest thing in the next 10, 20 years. is really going to be how we're going to be able to do low power computation. Okay, and we're already moving our train wagons in that direction. We think this is the way to go. Well, that's it. Thank you very much for listening to this. Thank you.
Thank you, Antonio. Great question. I think we can discuss in the panel. I had a question for the earlier panel about this too. Probabilistic AI is one way of looking at it, for example. Our last speaker today is Professor Chen. He's going to talk about metamaterial design using AI. So over to you.
Okay, first of all, I'd like to thank the Kedar and the Young invite us to join this new initiative. I think this workshop has been organized very well. We started from very scientific the challenges, then end with engineering the challenge. Okay, so when I received the email from the Young, so because actually I know this notice, yeah. So, but if I look at the thing is the AI for science, so I just ignored this announcement. The letter that I received the invitation from the Young, then I think I try to make my topic more scientific. Yeah, but frankly speaking, I'm from the ECE department, is engineering. Okay? But I think that this is also very good opportunity for us to do the translation of the research from the fundamental the issues to engineering and with engineering is this because we are very successful in the research of mathematics, the metamaterial, EM metamaterial in the past the 15 years. Yeah, so we do the very successful the translation of the research from the fundamentals to the market. So I try to, because especially from the previous discussion, I realized this workshop is more for the sharing the opinion about the AI for the science, not the technical, detailed technical issue. Now, so I try to respond to the very important the questions. Yeah. The first one, share your opinion on what the AI can do for your area and the research, scientific research. My scientific research is the electrical and magnetical metamaterials. Yeah, the engineering part is the antenna and all the EM devices. So this is my experience in the past 5 years. We have explored the application of the AI into the EM the devices. So I think we have opportunity to use the AI to reshape the R&D and the EM the metamaterial with the neural network based new approaches. The later I will explain why. Yeah, second one is reformed EM engineering design with the new basis of the material. Metamaterial, later I will explain what's the metamaterial. It's not a real material as the other expertise. The second one is what meaningful opportunity the area for your area and of the research and the scientific research in the Singapore context. So because the EM the metamaterial the research holds potential, very huge potential for addressing the key challenges and drive the innovation in the Singapore. Across the lot of very different industry sectors. Yeah. So from the telecom, all the wireless system, yeah, based on the EM devices. So we as we are more focused on the device, the technologies. We contribute to all the system design. Yeah. Also, this will
directly contribute to the real 2025 plan, because as you know, the advanced manufacturing is one of the core industry sector in the Singapore. So we have worked and contribute to this sector very much. We involved a lot of NRF and S-study programs. So another one is last one is what are potential area for the cross domain and interdisciplinary application of AI to push the frontier of the science. I think this part for us is very, very important, because we are just working on the application of the AI. So we are not the computer science. We are not working on the computer science. Actually, first speaking, we use the very, very basic the algorithm. Yeah. So later I will show you. We are more focused on the generative the algorithm, but we just apply this. Yeah, based on our design the problems, we try to work out select the optimizer and customize this algorithm to achieve the goal. Yeah, so for us, we are very, very hungry for the collaboration with the computer science the people. Yeah. So, but I have some of the colleagues also who are working on the algorithm. But we found that we still have the very big gap. Because the gap is the language. So sometimes it's difficult to communicate with each other, because I try to address the challenges from my the side. Yeah. So but then sometimes they don't understand what's the real problem from algorithm point of view. So this we have the. But I think this is our opportunity, because in Singapore, to my knowledge, there are a lot of very top, the AI experts. Yeah, so if we can work together, you really understand what's the challenges. As I mentioned this morning by the Gim Pew. Yeah, so if you really can understand each other, we have a lot of such challenges. If we really solve this challenge, we really can make the very significance, in the both the science and engineering. Okay. So next, I will give the very brief introduction of the field. The first one, what was the metamaterial? Metamaterial is not a real material. This material is the idea from the Professor Sir Zhang from Imperial College. He proposed that this idea is very simple. Yeah, so for the real material, so everything, all the properties determined by the atom. Okay, the atom, the atom, the type of atom and the arrangement of the atom. But because of all the EM problem is everything measured by the wavelengths. If we at the atom, that means the wavelength is at the nanometer. If we keep the electrical size unchanged, but we reduce the frequency to the gigahertz, that means the wavelength increase to the millimeter, the size. So then if we go to the millimeter size, that means we can fabricate. Because at the atom one, it's difficult to fabricate. But at the millimeter, if the size becomes the millimeter, we can fabricate. That means we can artificially to fabricate the material. So this structure will show the very, very unique properties. So that means we can artificially fabricate the structure to achieve the properties we never found in the nature. So then meta that means beyond. Okay, meta is beyond. Yeah, is Superman is still a man. Meta man is not a man. Okay, it's beyond man. Okay, so this is the meta material. So we are focused on this one. As you know, the material is the fundamentals of all the hardware devices. If we got the very, very new all the different unusual properties of the structure, we can create the totally new the devices. Okay. So for the AI, how the AI will affect our design. This is the basic idea. For example, for all the devices design, usually we start from the desired property. We need at least the performance. Then we go for many people mentioned the physical, the driven physical guide or something. But for informed, yeah. But for us is prior knowledge dependent. So this one is engineer. Usually we design the, for example, antenna based on our existing the knowledge and the solution. We just modify it to meet the requirement. So this is normal one. But usually this all idea from the human being. So we just we try to just meet the requirement. That's all. Okay. So the solution can be very simple and very few. But if we go for the AI neural network, the basic the method, usually we can, for example, if we go for the deep learning one, so we use the generative method. We can generate multiple solutions because this solution is just come from the machine. So that can be very, very different. Okay, they have a lot of solutions, multiple solutions for only one the desired. So then we create the set of the solutions, not the only one. It's a set of solutions. Then we have much more opportunity to select and optimize our design. Also, you can find the previous one is very regular, very easy to think about. For example, cross square, so it's very easy. But if machine can generate something, we don't understand why then generate this. This morning we think about this one, but to my knowledge, it's not a surprise because the neural network is trained like the human being. If you very trained, you have your muscle, the memory, correct? Yeah, you don't understand why you have this reaction, but you still have a reaction. Okay? So another one is why we need AI. We need AI. It's supposed to be try to increase the design and create new model properties. So that means we try to extend the boundary of the solutions from the very simple and a single one to the multiple one, complex one. So this is the purpose. Okay. So for us, in the past years we have some one example. We end of the design. We use this concept to design the one of the type of the metamaterial meta surface. For example, we pixel the one cell. This is only one cell. We pixel the one cell. Then we use this one cell is 30 by 30 the pixels. Try to create a very complicated the pictures to achieve the very unusual property. Okay. So finally the first one we used over the design. We broken the boundary of existing technology. This is very significant. The contribution in our field. Second one is we create the new functions for our design. Traditionally, we just one design just choose the one, achieve the one. The new properties of this metamaterial. Third one is discover new knowledge from the generated solution. Because sometimes the solutions are very, very unusual. We don't understand why. Then we do we try to use the EM theory, the Maxwell equation. We use the equivalent circuit. Try to explain what happened. Okay, because why this property. The performance change a lot. Okay, so we try on this new knowledge. If we understand that we can apply this new knowledge in the further design. Okay, so another one, I try to answer your first question, the zero question. Okay, zero question is so what's the position of our design? This we in the past 2 years we published 2 papers. In the transaction. So the two papers is in the 2020 and the 2030. You can find our the methodology is very, very different from all the existing works. So as you know, the generative the method is very quite new in our field. So we still have very big the gap between the engineering and the computer science. So this I do believe we have this opportunity. Yeah, especially this very, very important opportunity for Singapore. Another one, I tried to add another one, very, very important one is for the education. Because as you know, the engineer is, especially the double E, is very, very classic, but very important for all the industry sectors. But the problem is we go for the very classic education, so we lost the top students. If we use the AI to reshape, reform all the teaching. Yeah, so I do believe we can. First, we can really reshape this engineering. The second one, we can train the student with the very unusual competence in the market. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for sharing. Agree with the education part. So I think what we will do is we'll get Prof Subodh to quickly discuss the timelines, keeping in mind the time, and then we can have a discussion soon after.
Folks, I'm just going to use one slide, okay, just to highlight what happens after this workshop, and then I'm going to turn it back for the panel discussions. So really, as we mentioned earlier, we have launched on the scoping study. The next steps would be to have thematic workshops. Yeah, just that one chart about. So I will just use it. I'll just use this slide. Can you share this? So the thematic workshops we are proposing to be held between 3rd and 4th week of March, and really we'll look at both Yang as well as Kedar in terms of arranging the thematic workshops. Following as the thematic workshops go on, we are also we will be doing study trips to different parts of the really to just get a global view of where the field is moving globally. The next thing I think Kedar will speak about would be the NTCI conference. The NTCI conference is planned for 23rd and 24th of July, and this will be invited speakers only conference. So at the end of by the end of the conference, we should be more or less ready to launch the grand challenge. That is the working plan. The grand challenge, again, I want to just caveat, this is the working plan. The grand challenge launch date may change. At this point, we are really in the process of discussing a combination of bottom-up. There could be an open call for proposals in terms of grand challenge. But as Gim Pew and others have also said, we may have a combination of top-down and bottom-up. We may choose a couple of areas or 2 or 3 areas which are high priority for Singapore, but still have an opportunity from a bottom-up to propose different topics. I really don't want to take up any further time. I do want to turn it back to both Kedar and Markus for the discussion, but we'll stay on for question and answers. The team who is doing the video recording will have to pull the plug and leave. So don't get distracted with any of that. We will stay back for the discussion for a little bit longer. Back to you, Kedar.
Thank you. So as you can see, the timeline indicates it's just the beginning. We would love for you to keep engaged. Today is the first time we're coming together. But I think there were a lot of speakers who didn't, and there was no time for Q&A. So let's take this opportunity for anybody who has questions, please put your hands up and ask any questions of the stellar speakers we had. Anybody had any questions? All the way from previous session. Yes, please. You can use a mic right behind you. Please introduce yourself.
Hello. Yeah, my name is Chen, applied mathematician from US. So I like the sharing very much, and I just want to make some personal thing. I mean, actually, now if we see all this sharing, obviously a big challenge is, the energy cost for computing, right? And when we think about it, just because a lot of data. However, there are a lot of useful mathematical tools that can reduce dimensionality and simplify the problem. Before we put everything into, the high performing computing. And this is one challenging. I think applied mathematician definitely can help. And the other is, I think Prof Daniel, if I remember the name correctly, and he talked about extreme events. And I think for us, we are scientists, right? And we know that actually when everything is good, normal time, no matter which method you use, more or less, the performance is okay, right? And the most challenging part is extreme events. But for extreme events, we don't have enough observation. And therefore, I think a big challenge for us as scientists is how do we handle, let's say, the small data and develop new methods and really improve further, the AI methods, algorithm, and theory to handle the extreme events. As our speaker panelists already said, right, we don't have enough observation. But again, there are already some mathematic approach like extreme value theory, and it is not perfect, but I think it would be a very good combination, kind of introduce or incorporating advanced mathematics into the new AI, and that can further improve, right? Like you also Prof Gim, right? You mentioned about you have this radar image, right? And you do this kind of matching that is quite time consuming. Maybe you can use some function time theory working, and that's possibly be useful. I mean, I didn't see your data, so hard for me to say, but I see there's kind of potential. Yeah.
I'd like to take a quick.
Sit on the chair.
I should sit on the chair. Right, okay. Yeah, a bit like a box. Okay. Two comments. Okay. One of my favorite scientific professors, is Max Tegmark. You may know him or of him. Okay, and he had a number of interesting papers where we reproduced. So he went to the Feynman course of physics. He took physical models. He plotted them out, and then created data for classical, basically bachelor up to bachelor level physics, all electrodynamics, quantum, standard stuff. And just looked at the data and then trained models that extracted the operators and the law. Okay, so in a way, this is the first step. Okay, so this information is there. And we had before we were talking about PDEs and what that is. And, when I was little, young and beautiful, there was this thing about wavelets, okay, which is nothing else but one way of an approximation of some sort of function. But of course, you can also, then have wavelets. I'm not sure whether you've heard about it, but this is operator approximation, right? So now, for me, the superpower of the wavelets were the multi-scale and localization information. And to me, these large language models, in a way, I feel this is a similar. They are specific. They are able to resolve scales on large and small level. They will, this is why I said the operator, they are sort of wavelet, they have operator approximation aspects to it, as well as functional approximation aspects. They are very powerful, but incredibly expensive, right? So what you are saying is there's cheap stuff around and we should use it. Absolutely. I think that the approximation stuff, the design of experiments and things like that, that I think we have already very good methods, and I don't think these super powerful large models they can do it, but it'd be like an inappropriate use of power, so to say, right? But there are, of course, examples. So this is just a a general comment to what you said with the mathematics and how it all connects and so on. And for me, there's a very strong connection. It's just also a question of how much money do you have in your pocket, right?
Basically, if you want to have a good life, either you have a lot of money, meaning supercomputer, right? Or you kind of very clever to utilize your money, right? So it's kind of a hybrid. You use different tools and hybrid and really customize and so on.
I think it's very strongly problem dependent. But I completely agree. Yeah. Okay, next question, maybe.
Hi, Dwayne Lowe, NES Physics. If I understand your points and the contents from before, I would like to tie it together with concepts that I like very much in statistical physics called coarse graining. Coarse graining is the idea that when you go up to enough complexity in a system, you no longer can use the same low-level description to describe it. Like a bunch of atoms, hard. Grouped together, that's a molecule. I can understand molecule, reduce degrees of freedom. This coarse graining, I think, is very much tied in with this answer. Now, it's obvious in some cases what coarse graining is, how to coarse grain, but in many cases, especially for these complex multi-parameter systems, it gets hard. And I think this is part of where the machine learning is starting to really shine, to find these for us before we send it in, because you don't need every single pixel to describe some degree of freedom for a metamaterial, let's say, just broad strokes to get you to the right part of the local minima, then search around it. So I definitely agree with that. I just want to make sure that I got your points. And I think there's a lot of scope and I like where you're going. Thank you, that's it.
So what you're basically saying is automatically extraction of scales, of relevant scales at a certain say physical distance. But now you take this idea and make it even more general, okay? And this is when we talk about concept space. Now go out of the physical space, go into the space of concepts. We were earlier talking about the amount of data in the weather stuff and how do we deal with it. But we have a world model in our heads. I go into this room, I process huge amount of data every second. And yet, if somebody asks me something about what happens in here, I use concepts that are meaningful to me for my own existence, for my orientation, for my purpose that is given by my goals to operate. This is how we, just like the coarse graining, how you reduce complexity. And so what we learned already is using the machine learning models for the spatial aspects, the physical aspects, and are reasonably successful putting this out. Now imagine we use these models on a more abstract level. In my view, I don't know how, by the way, or only a little bit. I think the graph network models will play an important role, but I don't know exactly how to do it. But coarse graining, of course, getting the scale right. And this is, in my view, also very closely related to explainable AI, because if you have the transformer models and you see the attention weights, then that tells you already something. I could also imagine once you have the network model, once you look at the overall mathematical structure, you can then do classical network analysis and reduce the model, singular value decomposition and things like that. Yeah, anyway, next question.
We'll take one more question if there's any. Otherwise, I think we've had there is one.
Thank you. If no one else wants to ask, I just have one question about. I think today's talks and the presentations are really great and talking about the AI usage and applications and potentials, specific sectorial domains for different subjects. But at the same time, right, do we also consider the use of AI to boost general productivities in research across different domains? Is that also another area we would consider? For example, recently there was a paper on Nature machine adaptation where some scientists used AI to do a chemistry literature review for chemistry discovery. And that was shown to be very promising. And similar techniques, of course, can be adopted by many other subjects. So that makes us think, does it make sense for us to do some more generic platform, for example, for literature review and discovery across different domains. And of course, besides that, there are other topics where we can use AI to just facilitate the general productivity of our scientists. We ourselves being scientists, we can all agree that there are a lot of like things we hope some robotics or AI models can do for us. So I don't know whether that's also something we would consider.
No, thanks for the question, and it segues very nicely to my closing, because the tools that we will develop as a part of the AI will be part of the solution, right? You do want to increase productivity, but it cannot be the end goal of something like that's an AI for science. So of course, you want to capture all the knowledge from existing literature, biased or not, put that into your discovery platform. And if it's available and democratized to everybody, that's exactly what we're looking for. But it cannot be the end solution. It has to be part of the solution, right? So, but these discussions will continue. We're going to have a series of workshops. I think just in closing, I'm mindful of time over here. Sorry.
There's one more question. Come on. I mean, like, we don't want to be too brutal.
Sure.
I just
I'm brutal.
I just add one point. I also during the tea break also share my opinion with some of the gentlemen. So because as a Singapore, we have very limited resources, so we must focus on something. So what I suggest, besides we are more focused on the fundamental scientific research, we also look at some of the application. This application is non-AI. Non-traditional AI application area. So then we can make some uniqueness. Yeah. So even traditional, for example, in our field, for example, why is the channel? Why is the channel? Yeah, it's database the application. It's very natural to use the AI to solve the problem, model some problem. But for the hardware, it's not data driven. It's not data driven. So we must generate the data. Yeah, define the problem. The first one is define the right problem. Yeah, the second one is how to generate efficiently generate effective the data. Then have enough the sample. If we need the larger the data or the smaller data, yeah, then we can further over the design. So this is non-traditional one, but very difficult. But if we do this one, we got some of the advantage. Yeah, it's in this field. Yeah, this is my last opinion.
No,
thank you.
Yeah, I just want to comment. Please read the report that we've written, because the idea of concurrent learning addresses some of the things that you mentioned, that Qianxiao mentioned earlier in his talk as well, where you generate data in a way where you can actually go towards a particular specific application. So we have addressed that, and hopefully we can take this discussion forward. So we will reach out by the next month. Hope all of you can engage. We'll have different thematic workshops that we will organize based on further discussions. And we're going to then move towards July, where we're going to have the NTCI workshop. We are trying to gather some of the industry leaders in the space, hopefully DeepMind, hopefully MSR, and hopefully other scientists from around the world. Max is possibly one candidate, but we'll try to get those to come to Singapore, and then we will have a Nobel Turing Challenge conference. And so please, all of you do engage, and looking forward to interacting with all of you. With that, I think we'll close today's session. Thank you very much for attending. Thank you everybody online as well for staying all the way.